Hello, 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 culés. Welcome to Barça Live. It's the final of the Champions League. Barça against Wolfsburg. Fourth final in 5 years for Jonathan Giraldes' team. Can they win it this afternoon, getting revenge for what happened last season in Turin? We hope so. We'll be here with you with reactions, with commentary, hoping to celebrate many goals. It's been a long road, but here we are. It's the final.
Moltes ganes. Tenim experiència de les últimes temporades perquè hem arribat a 4 finals en 5 anys i crec que parla molt bé de tot el que estem fent i afrontar el partit com toca, que és evidentment amb la màxima intenció de guanyar-lo.
Benfica, Rosengard, Bayern, Roma, Chelsea, and now we're one step away. The final hurdle is Wolfsburg. We're 26 minutes away from kickoff. We have a lot to unpack. Let's get to it. Right, joining me here in the studio, to my right, Spencer Siegel. You'll be calling the game later.
This is great. I'm excited. I'm in a weird position on the couch today, but I'm excited. Let's do this. Let's go get a final.
Let's go get it. Irati Vidal joining us as well. I mean, it doesn't get better than this.
No, it doesn't. Well, it does if we win that second one. So, well, let's hope it does get better today.
And next, Irati, Emma Byrne. Can we do it this year? Can we get revenge from what happened last year? It wasn't Wolfsburg, obviously, last year, but they'll be feeling that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is their year, and they certainly will have learnt their lesson from last year. And I think they're going to go in and they're going to punish Wolfsburg. Definitely winners today. I feel it.
Right, well, we have the lineup on the screen. Let us know your thoughts on the live chat. Rate it from 1 to 10. Did you think there was going to be something different? There has been news, of course, Asisato Oshoala finally not able to make it even into the squad. She was dealing with injury and she is unavailable for today. Alexia Putellas obviously has dealt with injury throughout the whole season. She is not in the lineup either. She might come on in the second half. Lineup is as follows. Sandra Paños in goal. Lucy Bronze, Irene Paredes, Maipi León, and Rolfer at the back. 3 midfielders, Kira Walsh, Aitana Bonmatí and Patrick Guijarro. And up front, Caroline Graham-Hansen, Mariona Caldentey, and Salma Parayuelo. Irati, Emma, thoughts?
I really like it. I think Mariona is going to play as a 9. She already played that as a false 9 this season, and I think it's a good choice when Oshoala was injured, like in the last match against Madrid Club de Fútbol Femenino, and she cannot play today. We have seen that the strikers doesn't arrive in the best moment of the season, so I think having Salma Parayuelo in that side alongside with Rolfo and Mariona as a 9 is a good solution that Jonathan Giraldes has come up with.
Emma, the other question mark that probably wasn't even a question mark was Lucy Bronze. She dealt with a knee injury. She said she was going to be available, and here she is.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the 2 full-backs that I'm really happy to see in the starting 11, as in Bronze and Rolfo, because those 2 were quite doubtful. They were injured coming up into this game. I wasn't in doubt of Bronze because she reassured me that she was going to be back for this game, and I trust her. But if we were without those 2 full-backs, I think we'd have big problems. So I'm really glad to see those 2 able to start today.
Spencer Siegel, your thoughts on this lineup? On the live chat, keep the comments coming as well, 1 to 10.
Yeah, for me, it's the front line where we know that Graham Hansen's going to play on the right-hand side. She hasn't been healthy all year, but ever since she came back, it's like she hadn't missed a beat. And then I was wondering, with Noah Oshoala, with Oshoala, I should say, what would you do? Would you put Mariona in there? Would you put Salma on the left-hand side? It seems like either way, Barça couldn't lose because Salma's been in such good form lately that inserting her into that spot, whether it's on the left or playing as a 9, which I think is less likely, as you said, Irati, it's still a threatening front three.
Right, well, we have Jamie Coles over in Eindhoven. Let's go and see what Jamie has for us. Jamie, what's the latest?
Hello from a very warm and sunny Eindhoven. We're here outside the Philips Stadium, home to PSV. Today, home to the UEFA Women's Champions League final between FC Barcelona and Wolfsburg. And I tell you what, the atmosphere here is absolutely incredible. So many fans, so much Blaugrana, loads of Barca fans here. Anyway, let's get right to it. I'll talk you through the starting 11s today for FC Barcelona. The big news for FC Barcelona Friday, Lucy Bronze and Fridolina Rolfo got the medical all clear to play. They are in the starting 11. Sandra Paños in goal, Irene Paredes and Mapi Leon at the back. No surprises there. Mariona, Caroline Graham-Hansen, it's going to be good to see her back. She's also fit to play. Patri Guejarro, Aitana Bonmatí, Lucy Bronze and Fridolina Rolfo, they're there in the starting 11. Salma Pagliuelo and Kira Walsh. Alexia Putellas not yet ready to join the starting 11. She is on the bench though, as is Kata Cole, Laio Codina, Jana Fernandez, Claudia Pina, Ana Maria Chonogocevic, Marta Torrejon, Jace, Bruna, Nuria Rabano, Ingrid Engen, and of course the 16-year-old Vicky Lopez. Chances we could see her in her very first Champions League final. So that's all very exciting. Solid lineup for Barca, in my opinion. Wolfsburg, in goal, we've got Froms, Wilms, Hendrik, Oberdorf, Janssen, Pajor. Of course, that is the big name, the top goal scorer in the Champions League to date. Uth, Pop, Rauch, Rord, and Jonsdieter in the starting 11 for Wolfsburg. All set to get going here at the Philips Stadium. We're going to go and take a look and see what's going on with the fans.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And as you can see in his background, Barca are not alone in Eindhoven. Around 10,000 fans have travelled to see the team, both from Barcelona and elsewhere in Europe as well. There's lots of people travelling from different cities in Europe to come and see this final and support Barca. And it's just amazing to see, isn't it, guys?
They just changed the narrative. Like if you would have asked not 10 years ago, like 5 years or 2 years ago, like this would be for a women's match, we would have thought it was impossible. And what this team has done is not only on the pitch of football, but it's also in the society. This is amazing to see.
People travelling by bus, by plane, all means possible to go and see this historic final and hoping to celebrate a Barca win. Jamie Coles, in fact, has been able to talk to some of them before, so let's go and see what these fans have to say.
We're very excited. So we saw the semi-final when Arsenal was so close to getting beat by Wolfsburg, but we already had tickets for the final. So given we support Lucy Bronze, we're coming anyway. It's pretty amazing. We've just come over just to see what's going on all the drums, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like if they score a goal. It's going to go a bit crazy, we imagine.
We want to see a lot of goals from Barca, and Barca win the Champions League! Woo! Visca Catalunya! Visca Barca! Visca Catalunya! Visca Barca! Visca Catalunya!
Just amazing to see fans from England, fans from Germany, of course, all the fans from Barcelona there to support Barca. Jamie took us through this Wolfsburg lineup. Guys, a 4-3-3, a team that has beaten important teams like PSG and Arsenal in previous rounds. What can we expect from our opponent today?
What we can expect is a direct football. They run a lot. We have to be really careful at set pieces. They have a Pop there that is really dangerous indeed. They passed to this final with an amazing semi-final going to extra time and everything. And it was crazy. And we have to be careful with the losses in the midfield. I think if we control the midfield, then it will be easier to win this match. But all the losses there, they know how to run.
It was a very close call for them in the semi-final.
Really close. I mean, personally, I think they can count themselves lucky to be here. I think Arsenal were the better team, but you know, Wolfsburg, the Germans just know how to win. It doesn't matter how they do it; they just know how to get to to that final line. And I think it's going to be a really good game today. And, you know, looking at the previous games, we know Barça beat Wolfsburg 5-1 at home, but then they lost 2-0 away. And I think we're going to see the 2-0 away Wolfsburg. I think we're going to see a high press. I think we're going to see strong tackles, and I think we're going to see a lot of direct play, as we said before.
Spence, I was talking before about Barca wanting to set things right after that final loss last season. Wolfsburg will have that sense of revenge as well after what happened last season in the semis.
Yeah, and this is, I think, as Emma was talking about, from last year, the 2-0 Wolfsburg victory, which put an end to Barca's ridiculous winning streak that dated all the way back to the previous season against Atletico de Madrid. That should serve as not only a reminder, but proof that it can be done. Now, granted, that was at home. This one's in a neutral location, and from the looks of what Jamie was showing us, it doesn't look quite very neutral.
Well, there's footage here of the team video session before. What do you think, Emma, Jonathan Giraldez will have focused on regarding Wolfsburg here? The message putting across to her players.
I think that Giraldez would focus on his own team, to be honest, because this team, if they're playing well and if they're going into the game with the right attitude, they can beat everyone. And I think that was the problem last year in the final. I think they slipped up. I don't think they went in with the right focus. So I think he's just going to be reminding them how important it is and reminding them what they need to win. And basically no errors. They can't afford to make mistakes here today. So the back line will be under pressure.
Well, Jonathan Giraldez talked to our colleague Jamie Coles yesterday. Let's see what he had to say.
They are a good team. They have experience. They won the Champions League 2 times, and right now we have the experience as well. The last 5 seasons we got 4 finals, and we have to be ready to compete. Today, get a little more of confidence for the game of tomorrow. But the feeling I have is really good. The team has a lot of emotion, excited to play tomorrow. Let's see. But we want to win, of course.
The words there of Jonathan Giraldez addressing what might be important in today's game. You talked about the high press, for example. These are 2 teams that like to force mistakes of their opponents. Might that be one of the keys of the game?
I think it might be one of the keys. As I said before, I also think the midfield, especially for Barça, it would be a key. Like if we see like a good version of Aitana Bonmatí, that I'm sure we are going to see, it's going to be more likely a good result for Barça. But that high press has given a lot to Barça, the same way that has been given to Wolfsburg. So we'll see how that managed there.
You mentioned Aitana Bonmatí, one of the candidates we have for key player of the game today. Who is going to be the key player? We asked you live chat. I'm going to ask Irati, Emma and Spencer. We've picked Mapi Leon, we've picked Aitana Bonmatí, we've picked Caroline Graham-Hansen. If you feel like it's anyone else, please, feel free. But thoughts on that?
For me, as I said before, I think it's Aitana because she will be in that midfield like trying to run everything, and without Alexia there, this season she has proved that she has taken that spot that Alexia left there. We know the level of Caroline Graham-Hansen since she came back from the injury, so I'm pretty sure she will be important. But I think if we talk about key player, it has to be Aitana.
Emma?
Yeah, I'm going to agree because for the fact that I think that Mariona Caldente is going to play in that number 9 role, and she will play that false 9. She'll drop into midfield for sure, and I think it's going to be Aitana's job to make those deep runs into that space behind. So I think we're going to see a lot of her, and that's where the weakness is for Wolfsburg. It is in those central areas.
Spence?
To maintain the equilibrium at the beginning of this game, yes, Aitana. But if you go a step further and I take it into the second half, I think the key player comes off the bench. It doesn't necessarily have to be Alexia. I'm looking at Claudia Pina to be one of those players to come out and be a super sub. This could be a game for her. We've seen the goals that she can score from outside the box, so this could be one of those.
Well, one of the candidates we had for key players, Caroline Graham-Hansen, and she talked to our colleague Carla Garcia yesterday. Very short message from her, but let's listen to it.
Please put all your love into the game, watch us, support us. It gives us a lot of strength to go out there and win for you guys and win for the club, and that we can celebrate together after would be a big dream.
A short message there from Caroline Graham-Hansen, encouraging all the fans, those watching at home, those in Eindhoven, to put all the energy and support this team. to lead them to the win. And that's what we're going to be doing here on Barça Live. We're about 13 minutes away from kickoff, and we'll be giving you reactions and commentary throughout the game. If you want to get hyped up, just a reminder that there are some Spotify playlists that have been personalized. Alexia Putellas, Hisato Oshoala and Fridolina Rolfo picked their best songs or their favorite songs and put them into a playlist. And you can find them on Spotify by typing Alexia, by typing Oshoala, by typing Rolfo, or by typing FC Barcelona. You'll find all sorts of playlists there. So if you want to get hyped up for the match and see what the players listen to, don't forget to do that. Go on Spotify and go find them. Right, where are we, guys? 2022, last season, semi-finals of the Champions League. We faced Wolfsburg, and you talked about maybe Wolfsburg being the return game. What did Barca do well in the first leg in order to get that advantage? Obviously, spurred on by the support of that record attendance.
They just destroyed them. I mean, they were 2-0 up in the first 10 minutes. I think they shocked Wolfsburg, and that's really difficult to come back from in Champions League. But we've seen just with that goal from Aitana, I think we're going to see more runs like that from her today, running into the space. You also, when you've got Caroline Graham-Hansen on form, she's unstoppable. And I just think they shocked them right from the beginning, because then they slowed down after that, going into the second half, and gave Wolfsburg a little bit of a chance, a little bit of hope to get back into it. And of course, coming back from a 5-1 defeat is extremely difficult. But you could just see all the players were on it. They were pouncing on it. They were pouncing on second balls. They didn't give Wolfsburg a minute. And I think that's the way they have to start today as well.
And it was, in a way, normal that Barca, I wouldn't say relaxed, but went in with less urgency into the return game.
Absolutely, but that will be a little thing they need to learn from that point of view, is going in too relaxed and not going in to basically destroy teams. They have to have that attitude, because it doesn't work for them when they sit back a little bit, when they relax. They just don't, they're not the team they should be. So I think it's a good thing that they lost 2-0, and I think it's a good thing that they lost to Lyon, because they've learnt their lessons.
There's definitely images there of that 2-0 defeat in Wolfsburg last season. Both goals coming in the first half in that game, but Wolfsburg obviously ultimately not being able to pull off the comeback. Right, in order to not relax and come out maybe too casual, the players have received a message today from President Laporta, who also talked to Jamie Coles. Let's listen to what our president had to say.
I was talking to our players because the coach allowed me to talk to them before lunch. And I said that, I told you, we have players that they are very talented. To me, the most talented players in Europe and probably in the world. But in a final, sometimes talent is not enough. In a final, both teams are doing their best. Everything is valid inside the frame of sportivity and respect. Everything is, the teams are doing their best, and they are doing everything for winning. And this is the team spirit. This is necessary to have a team spirit. And I asked them for the solidarity, for friendship on the pitch, to be courage, and avoid the anxiety, avoid this some that could happen during the game. Look at, we are in Eindhoven. There are more than 10,000 Barça fans that are supporting the team. Some of them were coming from Barcelona, and it took 21 hours by bus to arrive here. This is a tradition. This is the nice atmosphere that every club will want to have, and we are, very, very. It is very touchable. Look at the fans, how they are following the women team, and here today in Eindhoven in the final of Champions League.
Words of our president there, who also had a chat before lunch with our players to encourage them. The message there, he had a valid point there. It's not all about talent in finals. sometimes the best team doesn't win in a final.
Indeed, if you listen to the players, what they have said it on the interviews this week before the final, they were all talking about the mental aspect. Like this year, we are mentally more prepared than last year, and I think it's all about that. Like in a final, everything can happen. It's just a football match.
And let's hope that the team with the talent, the team that we're supporting here, Football Club Barcelona, can end up with the win against Wolfsburg. Spencer Siegel, you're going to go and call the game on Barca TV Plus. Then you're returning for post-game, hopefully to comment on the celebrations.
I'd like to come back happy, yeah.
But you put together a little video for us, the road to the final. Just one final comment of that long road that started in September?
It's been a heck of a road. Let's hope that this road has one more chapter to it, and let's see what they can do today. But yeah, long road to get here.
Do you have a score prediction, by the way?
I do, 4-1.
Oh, okay. All right, let's hope that becomes true. Right, Spencer, I'll see you after.
Let's go. Let's get it.
Let's take a look at this road to the final video.
Barca reignite their campaign to reclaim the Champions League title. Barca go 9-0, and this is nothing short of incredible. Mariona out on the wing, crosses it in, and Marta Tolajon pounces on it. Barcelona go 5-0 up, and this is becoming something of a runaway. Pina from distance. Oh my goodness gracious me. Claudia Pina defies all odds and expectations from way outside the area, and Barca now are scoring for absolute fun. Barcelona round out the group phase with 29 goals. Because now she's got it on her left foot and she buries it. Salma Pariuelo knows what to do with the ball at the top of the box. She's scored, Barca lead, and they're off and running in the quarterfinals. Falls for Rolfo, who opens the scoring at the Camp Nou.
What a strike from Rolfo on her right foot. Absolutely nothing that the goalkeeper could do.
Oh, look out, Mapi Leon! What kind of space do you need to cover when you shoot from out there? Mapi Leon with a wonder strike.
What is she? 25 yards out? Absolutely. What a goal.
What a sight and what a game we have in store. From London, Stamford Bridge, it's a matchup in the semi-final of the Champions League. Barca on the attack as we're expecting to see it. Graham Hansen with an arm shaker 3 minutes in. How about that for a start?
Unbelievable from Caroline Graham Hansen.
And that is full time at the Spotify Camp Nou. Barca go through to the final in Eindhoven.
It's been a run of great moments and some spectacular goals, and let's see if Barca can cap it off in about 5 minutes when the game starts. Right, let's go back to Eindhoven. Jamie Coles has been absorbing what the fans are feeling. Jamie, give us the latest.
The atmosphere here in Eindhoven is absolutely incredible, really incomparable. I remember last year in Turin and it was packed out. It's no different here. They're saying about 10,000 Barca fans. I would hazard a guess there are potentially more. The town is just packed out with blue and red. We're going to have an absolutely cracking match. It's going to be so exciting, and the fans are so fired up for it here. As the players came out of the hotel, there was just a mob of fans. It was really incredible. Proper Gallina Piel, goosebumps. Amazing. I'm so fired up for this match. I'm going to head inside. You guys enjoy the match, and we'll speak after.
Speak after, Jamie. We'll speak after Jamie, and yes, hopefully he'll be interviewing some happy players. Starting lineup for Barca on our screens: Sandra Paños, Lucy Bronze, Irene Paredes, Mapi León, and Fridolina Rolfo. In midfield, Kira Walsh, Aitana Bonmatí, and Patri Guijarro. Up front, it's Caroline Graham Hansen, Salma Parayuelo, and Mariona Caldentey. Irati, keys for Barca in this game?
Keys for Barca is first what we said before about the mentality. Don't come afraid, because I felt like against Lyon last season, the first minutes they were a little bit too excited and a little bit afraid, and everything rolled bad for them. And then to show the kind of game they have shown all alongside this season, especially in the Champions League.
Emma, what do Barca need to do when the whistle blows?
They need to move the ball quickly. They need to be ready. they can't afford any mistakes, and they make mistakes when they're a little bit lackluster, when they're a little bit relaxed. I don't think they're going to be that way today because I think they're hungry for it. So just keep moving the ball and just play their game.
For Wolfsburg, 4-3-3 with Froms in goal, Wilms, Hendrik, Janssen and Rauch in defence, Huth, Oberdorf and Roord in midfield. Up front it's Jonsdottir, Pejo and Alex Pop. Who are we keeping an eye on?
On the set pieces on Pop, like for sure, because she's the one taking that, leading the team and giving that strength to the team. And then I would say Oberdorf in the midfield might be the key for them to try to control the game today.
Emma, you watched them play against Arsenal. What are we keeping an eye on?
I do think that Barca need to keep an eye on these players because it's not the same team they beat 5-1. I think Oberdorf is going to be key in that holding midfield. I think John's daughter is someone they need to be careful of. She's very, very direct, a little bit like Pariuelo. She's very athletic, very direct. And of course, Pop is always dangerous, but Pajora is extremely dangerous. She's the highest scorer in Champions League at the moment. She's scoring in the league and she knows how to find the back of the net.
Well, the players are on the pitch. The Champions League anthem is on at the stadium in Eindhoven. I'd say time for predictions on the live chat. Let us know, what do you think the score will be? Irati, what did you go with?
I was going to a 3-1, but I was told that you both chose a 3-1.
Okay.
So I think it's going to be a tight game and equal. So I go for the 3-2. So I continue with the theory of 2. And we win this Champions League.
None of us trusting the clean sheet here. In finals, it does tend to happen.
Yeah.
I'm going for a 3-1. Emma, you agree with me?
Yeah, I think a 3-1. Well, I hope that Wolfsburg score. I want them to score because I want, lots of goals. But I do think Barca are going to beat them, and I think it's definitely going to be 3, if not more.
You don't want a monologue, you want a come and go game.
Yeah, exactly. And the first 10 minutes of the start of the game last year in Camp Nou was like, oh no, we want a good game. We want Wolfsburg to show up. And we definitely don't want to whitewash. It's the final of the Champions League. In the name of women's football, we want a good game.
Yeah, you don't want the script of 2 seasons ago against Chelsea, or last season, which went against Barca. Those 10-minute runs that can sometimes finish a game. Right, our crew have also made predictions. Let's take a look at them. I hope we're all optimistic here. Our director Sergi going with 2-1. Salva going 3-1. Editor Jordi Abel going 4-1. From graphics, Jaume Torra going 3-2. Producer Laia 2-1. EVS player Rubio going 4-1. Jordi from sound going 3-1. Luis 2-0. Faju, our camera operator in Eindhoven, going 2-1. He's with Jamie. Here in the studio, Jonathan 4-1, Ellie 2-1, Ferran 2-1, Tanya from Makeup 3-2, Jordi Valero 3-0, and our former director, Mauri, who still gets a vote somehow, 2-0. All optimistic, all looking forward to wins. Sandra Paños is our captain for the game today, and this, guys, is about to start.
I'm so nervous and excited. It can be the second. It's amazing. 3 finals in a row. It's just crazy how it sounds. It's not easy to get there. So I think it's just time to enjoy it.
And I would say we need some Blaugrana love before the show. So I would ask for some Blaugrana hearts on the live chat. Not a very active not as active as usual, our live chat. So we need to get it going. Blaugrana hearts. Fill the live chat with hearts. Salva. Do the hearts, because we need some Blaugrana love here. We need encouragement. We need to get ourselves fired up for this final. There we go. Fill the chat with hearts and make it look colourful, guys. Blue and red hearts for Barca. The pre-game chat there by Huth with her teammates, and let's see if Barca can get it done this year. I mean, it is impressive. 4 finals in 5 years.
And 3 in a row. Only Lyon has done that before Barca, and I think it's crazy. And I think it talks a lot about the mentality of this team. I was there when they lost the semi-final of Champions League in San Sebastian against Wolfsburg in a game that Barca played really well, and then they lost. And I think that they changed everything. And also in that final, they lost against Lyon. They wanted to improve, and they have improved.
There are those blue and red hearts. Keep them coming, guys. Fill it with blue and red hearts. Support your team. Also, another good point is that Barca have won the Champions League, but in front of no one. in the stadium.
yeah.
They'll want to win it in front of the fans.
Well, that's what I was thinking when Jamie was on TV and all the crowds. I was like, it's so nice that the crowds get to be at this one, and hopefully they will win it. We talk about Barca being in 4 finals. They've only won it once. So this is the main point.
And it looks like the atmosphere is spectacular in Eindhoven. The sun is shining and the ball is rolling. Mapi Leon in possession. Barca attacking from left to right, and it's a long ball looking for Mariona Caldente, who is playing on the left at the moment. Salma Parajuelo down the middle. Barca in attack mode right from the beginning as Aitana Bonmatí goes sliding down. High pressure. Barca have scored 5 goals off of high pressure in this Champions League. There goes the ball. Caroline Graham-Hansen looking for an angle to cross. Inside, the pass, the shot blocked. It was Aitana again. She sets it up on the edge of the box. The shot into the hands of Froms, and a first chance for Barca. And
that's the way to start. Yeah,
it's a good start. Yeah.
Fantastic start there.
I think we're going to see a lot of interchange in positions between Mariona and Parajuelo. You've already seen it. Parajuelo's starting in the centre. Now she's gone out left. It's really difficult for Wolfsburg to pick up and organise.
There's the pressure, first by Lucy Bronze, then by Kira Walsh. 2 of the additions that Barca made this season. By the way, what we haven't asked is who's going to be the first goal scorer today. Can we get the question on screen? Who's going to be the first goal scorer for Barca? Irati?
I vote for Aitana.
Okay.
I'm going to go for Mariona then, just something different.
I am going to go for the scorer of the 2 goals of the semi-final, and that is Caroline Graham-Hansen, the player I like to call the best player in the world who might never win an award.
Yeah, that's just insane. Like, if you talk to any person that knows about football, they say it's one of the best in the world. And I always said that in that position is the best between the women's and the men's team in Barca right now, and she's never there.
She has to perform for Norway, though. That's key for her. Whenever there's big tournaments for Norway, she just doesn't seem to perform. And I think it's because they change her position. Like in the Euro, she was playing in a number 10 position, which really didn't suit her. So keep her wide. Hopefully we'll see a lot of her.
Let her create from there. Let her do her thing.
Exactly.
And we saw her do it in those 2 games against Chelsea very well at the Spotify Camp Nou, and produced a cracker of a goal at Stamford Bridge.
Yeah, it was amazing. And is this kind of player that you know what she's going to do, but they don't know how to stop it.
You can already hear the support from the Barca fans. The Un Día de Partit in Eindhoven. Ball goes all the way back to Sandra Paños, who distribute. Feed it out wide to Lucy Bronze on the right. Bit of trouble for Bronze there, but manages to keep control. Barca looking confident in build-up. No, careful. The shot from the edge of the ball. Oh, Wolfsburg take the lead. And it's Pejor who stole the ball away from Lucy Bronze.
Oh, it's
3rd
nearly
minute.
the same goal as last year in the Champions
it's
League.
exactly the same.
And Henri just stepped up. It's a mistake from Barca. It's a high press from Wolfsburg, so that's exactly what they were going for. You've seen the centre-back, Dominic Jensen, coming right into midfield there, just to try and put the pressure on. And Wolfsburg have done exactly what Barca did to them in the first game in Camp Nou.
And we'll get to see a replay there. It was just rolling off my tongue. I was going to say Barca doing well under pressure here, and all of a sudden Pejor goes and pickpockets Lucy Bronze from behind. No foul, the shot, and Sandra Paños does get a hand to it.
I think Paños will be disappointed with this one, to be honest. She gets a hand to it, and if a keeper can get there, they've made the stretch. They're there. They just need the technique to push it around the post. It was a great steal from Pejor, to be honest. She did really well to put pressure on Bronze.
Well, we'll see how Barca reacts to this. You did mention last season, of course, the conceding a goal in that fashion, losing the ball, quick attack from the opponent team. Let's see if Barca can mount a quick reaction here.
It started this way, but maybe it's also something that will push the team forward.
Well, here we go. The cross inside. Oh, it was looking for Caroline Graham-Hansen at the far post. Low cross from Rolfo. Barca still attacking on the edge of the box. The ball flying about, and it's cleared away by the defence.
It's a great start, to be honest. I think it's if Wolfsburg has scored first, which they did, it's going to make Barca put the pressure on even higher. So in the end, it's going to be a really good game.
Indeed, we have seen the reaction last season. The reaction came in the second half,
and a bit too late, maybe.
Yeah.
With a bulky score, what you can't allow yourself to do now is to let your guard down at the back, go too gung ho up front, and leave your too much space behind you. But Barca seem to have reacted well to this, and it looks like it's a free kick on the side of the box, right-hand side.
It's a really dangerous position here. Good position for Barca. I wonder if it's actually shooting distance for someone like Mappy.
Well, Mappy has got that sweet left foot. She could curl it in. There are options inside the box. Lucy Bronze, Irene Paredes. Patrick Guijarro also roaming around in there.
and Patrick Guijarro said just shot on target.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Graham Hansen's there as the right-footed possibility. Mappy will probably swing it in with her left. In it goes, straight for goal. The ball goes off, and it's a first corner kick in favour of Barca. And it was Peugeot, the goal scorer, who cleared it out.
She's got it right in the face by the looks of it.
That looks painful.
Mappy's going to swing it in. Right-hand side corner. In comes the cross by Mappy. Oh! The header and the shot on the rebound by Parayuelo goes over the crossbar. I think it was Patri who went in. It just skimmed over her head.
Yeah, and important in this situation, Salma finished the action, even if it ends on the stands, because that gives Barca the opportunity to organize themselves again.
It's really good movement from Barca in the box. You can see that Wolfsburg are really struggling to stay with the players. And actually, Patri had a free header. Really, really good place to put the ball in. I think they're going to trouble Wolfsburg in set pieces.
Wolfsburg trying to build something here in possession for the first time. It's been all Barca in terms of ball movement, in terms of possession. But Wolfsburg managed to score off of a quick recovery and shot from outside the box. High press from Aitana Bonmatí. It goes all the way back to Froms, the German goalkeeper.
Where Barca is winning is with the fans. We only listen Barca fans.
Yeah. They are in majority there in Eindhoven. Barca recover the ball with ease, and Irene Paredes will start from behind. Patrick Guijarro makes herself available. Of course, one of the key components of this 22-23 season, Patrick Guijarro playing out of what had been her natural position up until now in that holding midfielder in benefit of Kira Walsh, and Patrick Guijarro subbing in for the injured Alexia Putellas.
Yeah, and he has done really well this season.
Oh, careful, deep pass, Salma Parayuelo, the run inside the box. She cuts to her right, Salma, now to her left, could put it in, no one there to meet the cross. This came in a little too early for Caroline Graham Hansen to come. There's a player down, Hendrik, after colliding with Salma, 8 minutes and a half. We hope it's all right here.
Good play from Barca though, and it's what they need to do. They need to keep the ball, get possession, and then try play it through the back line of Wolfsburg, and we need someone like Parayuelo to make those runs. And that's all can be a big problem for Barca when you don't have a player making those runs into the space, and that will be her job today on the pitch.
It didn't look like there was much there, but play interrupted. A good time to read some of the comments from our fans. Let's see, what are the fans saying on our live chat? Samyari, don't worry. We are known for comebacks, aren't we? Well, I mean, there's been some spectacular comebacks throughout the history of the club, so we can do that. Vamos a por la segunda, says Gerard Yáñez. Come on. Let's make the comeback and get that second one. Yeah, we ain't scared of any wolves. We are Barca, we hunt the wolves. Oh, okay, interesting, Macklin Vis. The Wolves have attacked first, though. 4-3 for Barca. Only so Peugeot can score a hat-trick, but Barca can still win. Dominic Stasiak.
She already started.
Well, she's already started, and Dominic must be from Poland. Vamos Barça con todo. Juan Carlos Martinez says, we like the support on the live chat. Keep the optimism coming. I like how the team are playing.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are reasons to be optimistic. Eric Gonzalo says, vamos Barça, vamos chicas, a dejar orgullo, pasión. La gloria nos espera hasta el final, until the end. We need to fight until the end. This is a very, very long game. Just 10 minutes played. Barça need to be patient, need to attack. Here comes a shot, which wasn't the best of executions by Mariona Caldente. But, I mean, 10 minutes played. And it has been all Barca barring that goal.
It's been exciting, hasn't it? It's really good play there on the left-hand side with Mariona and Patry. But this is one thing that we hope doesn't creep into the game, that they start losing patience, even though we're only 10 minutes in. They're eager to score. They also have to keep their heads, and that's where their experience comes in. Don't rush, don't panic, and keep playing, because the goals will come. It's when they start panicking that problems will start.
I think that's the key for today. I was seeing now that the Mariona shot from outside the box and everything, and I think the key for Barca is just trying to dominate as they are doing with the ball and be patient, because it's only 10 minutes from this final, and if something they must learn from last season is to have that patience, because the opportunities will come.
High press from Pati Jarro allows Mariona Caldente to have possession here. Also recover. Play in midfield. I mean, this is a team, Barca, that thrives in possession, the passing sequences, getting it out wide, low cross, tap it in. But as we saw in that road to the final video, there have also been some crackers from outside the box. Players who have good shots. You've got, careful here. Run down the left, a cross slow by Rolfo, and it's going to be another corner kick. There it is, low cross in, and someone to tap it in. They have scored from outside the box as well. They do have those weapons.
Yeah, they have those weapons with Mariona, with Mapi Leone. We have seen from Caro. We also have Claudia Pina, as Spencer said, in the bench to appear in the second half.
Corner kick to Barca. We saw Jonathan Giraldez frustrated.
He was really frustrated, wasn't he? I'd like to know who it was about. The only person I can think of is maybe Mariona for not making that run quicker.
Maybe. No one to meet the Rolfo crossing. Comes the cross by Mapi Leone at the far post.
Yeah!
Oh! Irene Paredes can't believe she didn't hit the target.
Nobody can believe that didn't go.
No one can believe it.
Celebrating.
I was
Tell
going
me
to
what
celebrate. I saw it inside.
Cross by Mapi. Fantastic,
She
fabulous
has
cross.
got to hit the target there. She has to hit the target. She's completely free. It's more difficult to miss the target in this case.
I mean, there was nothing the keeper could do unless Paredes just headed it straight into her body. It was all advantage for Paredes, and the header, she sent it just wide.
I'm
But
really
Barca are creating
surprised.
situations. They have all the momentum. Careful now here as I say that, how Wolfsburg play.
I'm surprised at how Wolfsburg are picking up on set pieces. They're usually quite good at it. They don't concede from set pieces, but we've seen on 3 occasions that Barca have got free headers.
Now, Wolfsburg have a throw-in on the right-hand side. Careful, uncovered on the right-hand side. The cross comes in, headed away. Careful. Also recover and could run out here in transition. Caroline Graham-Hansen dispossessed. Obviously, a player with a Wolfsburg past, Caroline Graham-Hansen.
You can see Pajor's got a job to do there. Whenever the ball breaks, Pajor's job is to get back on Caroline Graham-Hansen. It just means that Barca will struggle to get out on this right-hand side in counter attacks, and that's a massive thing for us. You can see how Pajor's come in here on the left-hand side, dropping in just to cover that space, which is very clever from Tommy Stroop.
Barca in possession again. Mapi Leon looking for options. Directing from behind. Back to Irene Paredes. We're nearing the first quarter of an hour. Barca 1-0 down, but sensations are good. Barca have had chances. Barca have dominated possession. They look comfortable on the pitch. It's just one mistake. And that was what President Laporta was saying in that message addressed to the players before. It's not about the talent. It's about being focused for the full 90 minutes, not making mistakes and having that competitive spirit. I'd say that Barca have had the competitive spirit and the talent, but There was one lapse
But
of focus.
indeed, it's what happened last year. Last year, you end with the feeling that Barca was playing way better than Lyon in second half. It was amazing. If that crossbar of Alexia would have entered inside, we would have seen another different thing. And it's what Laporta was saying. Like in finals, it's little details.
The good thing is I don't think Wolfsburg have the calibre of player as Lyon, certainly not the calibre of defenders. But it's like what you say, when we won the Champions League with Arsenal, we did not have the best team by a long shot. Umea had a way better team. They'd Marta, the Brazilian, but we were just a better team. And that's what we don't want to happen here, because Barca do have the players. They are a better team, but they have to make sure they keep their heads. They have to use their experience, the last 4 years being in finals.
These are players have gone through thick and thin, and both at the club level, international level. You've got Kira Walsh and Lucy Bronze, who've won with England as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the experience is there.
And also you have the experience of the bench. Like, of course, she's not 100% fit, but you have Alexia Putellas, you have Claudia Pina, you have Vicky Lopez, we just lost a final.
Careful here, Rofo gets inside the box. Good run by Rofo. Tries to set it up for Salma Parayuelo, and Wolfsburg clear. Scrambling there. Barca using the left flank more than the right flank at the moment.
Well, this is another thing. For me, if I had Caroline Grain-Hansen in my team, I would do everything I could to get her on the ball. And they're not using her enough here. It works, though, with Rolfo coming and creating that overlap. But they need to switch the ball a little bit and change it up.
Now here is a long-range shot. Blocked. Irina Paredes is the one attempting. Wolfsburg clear. Straight into the body of Mapi Leon. Wolfsburg, since the goal, I mean, I'd say since the beginning, but since the goal, have definitely dropped back, allowing Barca to play. Most of the game is being played in their half.
I mean, there's no way that that a team can put pressure on Barca the whole game. So, like, this is the ideal situation for them to score early and then drop off.
And this is what they'll be looking for. Transition play. Good recovery there by Lucy Bronze. She was the last one to touch it. Can Sandra Paños get there? Yes, she can. Good effort there by Sandra Paños to avoid a corner kick. And a good defensive transition there by Lucy Bronze.
And also Wolfsburg is not a team that they like to keep the ball all the game. We saw it in the semi-finals against Arsenal. They prefer this kind of game than just having the ball as Barca has.
A more direct thing, a high press, forced mistake, take your chance.
That's it.
And then set pieces you mentioned before as well.
Yeah, and set pieces they really have, and it's what scared me the most when I was coming here, because I think one of the weaknesses of Barca is defending set pieces. Careful.
Careful here. Ooh. I think Carol's pass was intercepted there.
What worries me is that Barca aren't used to playing these types of games. La Liga F is nearly too easy for them. I know they lost against Madrid, but I think that was a mentality thing. So they're up against a team that do press them high. They're up against a team that will punish them if they make mistakes. They're up against a team that if they don't move the ball quick enough, they will be punished. And that's exactly what happened in the first couple of minutes.
Well, you asked for Caroline Graham-Hansen to be involved a second ago, Emma, and there she was, combining with Aitana Bonmatí. Now Barca switch things to the left. Salma Parayuelo on the edge of the box, linking up with Mariona Caldente. That's a couple of back passes by Mariona Caldente that have been just short now. Wolfsburg tried to launch the counter-attack, but Barca have no trouble in recovering here. 18 minutes played, 1-0 down. Pajor was the scorer in the 3rd minute after taking the ball away from Lucy Bronze. There's Mapi. Back to Irene Paredes, centre circle. Straight down the middle, Paredes. Now Aitana Bonmatí is free inside. Oh! Early pass for Salma Parayuelo.
Why did she pass there? Aitana had loads of space. She could have taken one more touch and had a shot.
Yeah.
Now high press by Padri Jarro to recover on the edge of the box. Mariona. Here is Salma. Aitana has Caroline Graham-Hansen to her right, but she dribbles to her left, turns, and now passes to her right. Here's Caroline. Let's see what she can do. Something. Cross the shot by Caroline Graham-Hansen. In came Aitana Bonmatí, attempting the shot on the rebound. And now in that 50-50 ball, both
That looked a
Aitana
little
Bonmatí
bit
and Roard
nasty,
went down.
actually. Looked a little bit nasty, that tackle. Like to see that again, but I think Aitana went in a little bit late. It's this tackle here coming up.
A shot is blocked.
Not
yeah,
really.
there's not
No,
a whole
there's
lot of
not really
contact on
anything.
Huth there. But a foul called against Aitana Bonmatí. Barça were doing a lot of things well here. Not being able at the moment to finish their chances.
No,
There's a
but
lot of build-up, a lot of potentially good situations, but they don't end in chances.
I have the feeling they want to end it soon and they want to score the equalizer too early, and that's why in the last pass, in the last move, they do these kind of mistakes. And I think they have to be patient, because when you have the ball, when you move the ball during the whole game, like first the opportunities will come, and then Wolfsburg will be tired. They cannot keep that kind of pressure the whole game. So I think, and I feel that when Barca pass the first line of defensive, they have clear situations, but they are not choosing well.
I see a comment here from Kristina Hrvat. Says, I am from Croatia. A moment to ask you fans where you're watching us from. Flags, please, on the live chat. I want to see where the support is coming from today in this final of the Champions League. Barca against Wolfsburg. Fill the live chat with the flags of your country. Tell us where you're from, where you're watching us from.
I don't see any Irish flags. Oh, wait a minute, is that one? Is that an Irish flag?
There will be. We usually have Irish flags. We usually do. Let's see. Now, Salma goes down in the battle with Hendrik. And a foul called in favour of Barca.
In a good position, I would
In
say.
a good position, and a yellow card. Yellow card for the centre-back, for Hendrik.
That's also important because it comes early in the match.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
important. Like,
And
she's
he
going to
was-
be busy
yeah.
for the rest of the game. For her not to give away another foul, that'll be on her mind.
And she has to defend Salma Parayolo, which has been, this far, I think, the one creating the most in attack.
MIC no Ireland at the moment, but we do have support from Mia Tom from the US. We have Musa from Gambia. We have the NY from Norway. Thank you for watching us. Thank you for supporting us. DreamX from Romania, and Barca have a chance here. Let's see. Now that we know where our fans are from, let's see if Barca can score the equaliser here. In comes the cross by Mapilleon. Too long, too high.
They weren't going in early enough. You can see, I think it was Huth that dropped right off very, very early, and none of the Barca players went in with her. They need to go in with her. That's the whole point, because Wolfsburg are trying to keep their high line. Look here, and you can see, I'm not sure who it was it Hendrik? No, it was actually Pop who goes right in, and we go in too late. That's exactly what we want them to do. We want them to drop off so we can get in there early.
Wolfsburg playing from behind. Long ball. Barca looking to recover here. Ball up in the air. Paredes goes up for it. Bronze will pick up the scraps and pass back to Sandra Paños. We're halfway through this first half. We like mostly what we're seeing from Barca, but we need the finishing touch now. So we are 1-0 down. Pujol, the goal scorer in the 3rd minute. Kira Walsh. Right, Lucy Bronze tries to play it long. Can Caroline Graham Hansen get there? No.
Those are the balls we have to feed there, because we are only seeing Salma Parayolo, so they are only focusing there. But if you start attacking through those both ways, then it's going to get more messy and more busy for the defense.
Lucy Bronze with the throw-in straight into the box. Here's Aitana. Aitana goes deep. She couldn't keep it in. She couldn't keep it in.
That's a shame, because that was really nice movement. It was actually offside, but we're better when we start from deep, as in Paños or the centre backs, because the players are dropping off, which means there's more space up top. When we play and keep possession, Rolfo and Lucy Bronze will push higher, and it just kind of encloses the space for our high players.
Now, Guijarro back to Mapilleon. Wolfsburg trying to press a little bit higher. Rolfo back to Paños. Paños with Paredes. Wolfsburg trying to force the turnover there, but Barca this time do well. Long ball by Lucy Bronze. Paredes and Mappy. They'll calm things down for Barca. 24 minutes played. We're 1-0 down. I have plenty of confidence that at least by half-time Barca will be able to score the equaliser. Dana.
This is where you really need your players to be brave, though, and I'm wondering if Barca will continue to play this play out from the back, because the players need to be really brave when they're being pressed like this and when they've already given a goal away from playing out. So it'll be interesting to see just how brave these players are.
Now, Dana Bonmatí, who'd moved over to the left, couldn't get to the pass by Mappy. Foul called against Summer Parayuelo. A good moment to read some more comments from our fans. Keep them coming, guys. Keep the positive comments coming, please. Come on, Barca, says Torin Al-Yurf. Bit of fire is what we need, yes. I'm missing the FA Cup final for this today. Well, kudos. Let's see, who else? I'm taking a part and watching this. Well,
enough information.
Yeah.
We don't need any more information.
No, exactly. In comes the cross and into the hands of Paños. Conchi Cañado, Paños, Alexia, Mappy, estamos con vosotras. We are. We can do it today. From Kyrgyzstan, watching from... Oh, I'm from Kyrgyzstan and watching from Qatar, says Aidana. Not Aitana. And Albion says, go Barca, a couple of hearts. Keep the hearts coming, keep the supports coming. Blue and red hearts always on the live chat. Whenever you feel like you need to support the team, do that. Somi Noyes, Carla Sala. Somi. Empatem a la mitja part, encara, sí. Aitana goes down. Aitana's frustrated.
Yeah.
Aitana plays it quick to Caroline Graham-Hansen. Let's see if she can speed things up. In between two. Can ultimately make it. And now Wolfsburg, the team trying to play out, but they just find it so hard.
Barca are so good at pressing as well. We talk about how they're so good at keeping the ball in possession, but the counter press is just ridiculous from Barca.
That's a beautiful switch by Mappy Leon over to Caroline Graham-Hansen on the right, becoming more involved in the game. Inside she goes. Caroline Graham-Hansen trying to pass back, pass blocked, but she sets it up for Aitana. Go Aitana, shot blocked. Oh, there's too many bodies inside the box.
That was close.
That was
a great
very
move.
close.
But that was the first big involvement of Caro in the game. We have to find her more in those big spaces.
Yeah, exactly. That switch of play, that one ball out to her is perfect, because once we get 2 or 3 more passes, Wolfsburg have got back and they're able to defend against her. But if they can get the ball out to her quickly, and if she stays wide, that's where we're going to get all the joy.
And then you've got the combination with Aitana, who's lethal normally when she comes in from behind, gets herself into a good situation to shoot inside the box. There's so many goals that have come that way over the years. Here it feels maybe like she took an extra touch that she didn't need.
I think it got kind of stuck behind her a little bit. She needed that touch, but probably had a little bit more time to get a better shot off. She kind of rushed it.
Now,
well, you can feel it's coming, right? You can feel.
You can feel that something's going to happen. I mean, but I feel that way since the beginning of the game.
I'm telling, like, if last year that crossbar didn't enter, today is going to enter. Like, it's going to. And come on, if you see both benches, Barca has plenty of talent there. Like, there's plenty of time also. It's only 28 minutes. It feels like long, but
do you know what? I keep going back to the game that you were at in San Sebastian.
Yeah,
that game was heartbreaking.
Yeah, because Wolfsburg had only one shot on target and it went in. It was all.
I mean, we don't want that today.
Also, there was like kind of controversy with referees and stuff there, but
well, so far there's none of that here today. But I would say that if Jonathan Giraldez had a plan drawn out, everything's going more or less according to what he'd drawn out, apart from giving the ball away for the first goal. But other than that, I feel like he's probably more or less satisfied with the execution from his team.
Yeah, and I would say like maybe introducing Gaze in the second half won't be a bad idea with the speed. If one player has good high pressure in this team, is the Brazilian player. So maybe a little bit of punch more there.
Ooh, the shot from the halfway line, a bit too ambitious. It was just behind the halfway line. There was no problem there for the keeper.
You can see that Wolfsburg have been working on this game. They've bulked up in the middle. They're overloading the middle there. And Oberdorf is just sitting in front of the two centre-backs because that's where the goals came from last year. So we have to use the wide areas. And I think that's what Geraldes is getting annoyed at. We're not using the wide areas good enough or well enough. Rolfo's not getting high enough.
Handball.
Or when they do get forward, then there aren't enough bodies inside the box to finish the opportunity. That's what happened before with Rolfo.
Yeah, that's a very big thing for him. And they've worked on it, obviously, because a manager does not get annoyed about things like that unless you've worked on it.
Because you have got like those two big threats. Hansen on one side, you've got Rolfo on the other. They're elite players in those positions and clinical in the final pass as well. So you've got the tools and the weapons to do it. I do agree, though, that Wolfsburg are definitely focusing on just like getting as many players in the middle to make things uncomfortable for Barca, not allowing them
and
to
that's the
to
bad
build
part
that
of conceding that early in the final, because then you give even more power to Wolfsburg to do that.
Half an hour played, 1-0 down. Plenty of time left. Plenty of time. Now, Patty going with the high press.
That's where Barca has to push, because I mean Barca is clinical on getting the ball from behind, but the other teams are not as clinical.
Now Wolfsburg.
I would press them.
Back to front.
I would press them even higher than this. You've got Marion up there pressing. She's on her own. I'd be asking my other players to help her, support her, because I've said it before, Wolfsburg backline are not good enough to play out. They're not good enough to play around Barca. I think we're going to see more of that, because if this hits the halfway mark and we're still 1-0 down, that becomes a bit of a problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
you don't want to go necessarily into the dressing room with with this
it gives
result.
time for Tommy Schroed to get his team together, to reorganise, and then you're going out like a little bit more anxious to get that goal.
Yeah. And that's why I was thinking Ingese for that high press. I think she's one of the best.
Handful.
Yeah,
She's such a handful. I would hate to play against her. And Assisat as well, but unfortunately she's not available.
Good build up from Barca. Patri Jarro in the middle. Itana Wamati. Itana just a little bit too long of a touch, and a foul, potentially a yellow card. He said she was fouled first. Huth is the player who's down. And Dana feels like she was fouled first. Well.
She goes late there.
But this is the second time for Aitana. I know we're saying the first time didn't look bad, but it was still studs up, and another ref could have given a yellow for that. That would have definitely been. It is a yellow.
No, but I think she got the yellow for complaining. Because, it's a very late yellow. Like the referee didn't initially go in.
No, I think it's for complaining also.
I think it's for yapping. Anyway, she's got it anyway, so now she's going to have to be careful. Couple, as Emma, you were saying, a couple of late tackles. Now ball played out wide, looking for Hansen, but it doesn't get there.
It's too ambitious, and this is what you don't want to see happen. There's no need for that long ball there. Just one more pass before you get it to Graham Hansen.
Let's see now, the cross into the middle. This is a good one. It's Parajuelo down in chest. Here we go. Parajuelo looking for options. It looked like she had it past Mariona.
Got to move the ball quicker.
Yeah. Just have to be decisive with the action, not hesitate. Parajuelo hangs onto the ball, waiting for Rolfo to come up. Here comes the ball to Rolfo, the cross inside.
See?
There we go,
No!
How?
Seriously.
This time it was Hansen there, meeting the cross at point-blank range.
Come on.
Couldn't quite adjust her foot.
I think it was actually, was it Mappi or Rolfo that crossed that ball in?
Oh.
I think it was Rolfo that crossed.
I thought it was Rolfo, but could well have been Mappi making the run up.
But it's a great example of the late run from whether it was Mappi or Rolfo, because they have that space when they're making that run late. they'll find all the space in the world. But what a great ball it was in. Like that should be definitely in the back of the net.
I want to see a replay to see what the issue was there for Caroline Graham-Hansen. I think maybe the ball was just a little bit too high for her. Careful, another cross inside by Rolfo into the hands of Froms. Let's see if we get a replay at some point.
I'm sure Geraldes on the bench is going crazy again with no one getting the run in.
The cross inside.
I think it's Mappy. I think it's Mappy.
Yeah, it is Mappy. It is Mappy with the cross. Yeah, you were right, Emma. And Caroline Graham-Hansen gets in there first.
Oh, do you know, she just, I mean, first of all, I would say, why don't you go with your head? I know she doesn't like to do that, so I wouldn't press that. But that could be just a stab, like with the end of your boot.
Yeah, like,
she tried to place it. It's just about getting anything on that.
35 minutes, 10 minutes left until half-time. Barca had more than enough chances to at least have equalised.
Yeah, before.
Here's Mappy. Now the ball looking for Rolfo on the left. Go into Barca.
It's interesting because John's daughter is supposed to be playing as a forward, and I don't think she's been up there once this game. She's playing all the way back there.
Ooh, Rolfo this time. Run down the left. Rolfo. The pass back.
The referee.
There's no one there. Lucy Bronze. Lucy Bronze with a cross. A couple of rebounds and into the hands of Froms.
That pass back was weird because there were people, there were players in the box.
I think you're right. I think the referee might have got in Mariona's way a little bit because it actually was a really nice ball for her to run on and smash first time.
And the referee was just turning.
And she had to kind of divert around the ref.
Right. Chances for Barca keep coming, and the last couple have come down that left flank. First Mappy, then Rolfo.
I could say all the danger in this first half came over there because we have seen one action of Carol in this right side, but not more than that.
Careful now with Wolfsburg attacking. In comes the cross by Peugeot. No.
That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. They'll soak up that pressure, a little bit like Real Madrid. They soak up the pressure and then they have this one chance. And I don't know how Rauch, the left back, was able to run that far with the ball. She ran all the way up through midfield to pass it out to Peugeot, who crossed the ball in absolutely excellently, to be fair. And if there's one player you don't want on the end of that, it's Alexandra Pop.
Well, there it is.
Look at the run here from the left back.
There's way too much space there for that run.
There's a fall there, no, on Mappy?
Well, Mappy's saying that's what she's complaining about. She's saying that Pop
there
pushed
is bar
her.
On this. Is the one scoring, right?
Yeah.
She is. Well, let's see if there's any review, but the replays aren't focusing on that. It's a good delivery by Peugeot.
What a ball from Peugeot, to be fair.
It's a beautiful ball, and Pop heads it in. No review. 2-0. I think Barca need to. Wait a minute. What's happened now? There's a Wolfsburg player who's down. I can't quite see who it is.
Well, this is the. I'm not saying there's any play acting here, but it is the perfect time to go down, get injury time, get your team back. They're the most vulnerable after you've scored.
Ida, do you know how optimistic we are here on Barca Live usually?
But
what will the score be?
In halftime, I think it's going to stay like this. But I want to be optimistic for the game because in the last 2 weeks I've seen two finals. One was the Copa de la Reina. Minute 88, Real Madrid was winning 2-0 against Atletico Madrid, and they equalized in the minute 96, and in the extra time they won the title. And then I was seeing the other day Spain-France under 17. Vicky Lopez just equalized a game in 2 minutes, almost ending, and Spain almost end up winning that final. So there is plenty of time, and football will bring that opportunity to Barca.
I'm going option number 2. I think Barca can get one. I think Barca can get one right before half-time, kind of regain the momentum. Emma, how are you feeling?
I'm going to go with you. I'm going to say they're going to get one back, because if they don't, I'm so worried about the second half. I think they have to score before half-time.
Live chat, optimism. At least option number two, at least option number two. Just over 5 minutes remaining. There'll probably be a little bit of extra time. Now a long ball by Mappy. Oh! Caroline Graham Hansen did do a good job of bringing the ball down. They just like was left dead there, and the momentum took away.
Lexi's
Caroline.
almost crying.
Yeah, Alexia looks concerned.
She looks angry.
Yeah.
She's like, get me on the pitch.
And that's a good thing that we were talking before. You got Alexia, you got Claudia Pina, you got many options on the bench. You get Jace there also.
Now, Bronze and Rauch having some words. It's a corner kick to Barça. Mappy Leon's probably going to be the one to deliver it.
This is a great chance. It's just all about the movement. It's all about being clinical. Like, we've had chances from these positions. We have to be clinical.
Mappy's going to swing it in. Here it comes. A little bit too short for the near post. Mappy's going to pick it up again and deliver again. Looking for a header.
Oy.
A couple of rebounds inside the box. Paredes back heel. The shot. Bronze with her back to goal. Rolfo surrounded by players. Didn't have an angle, and Barca lose the ball. Let's see, Patri, can you win it back? No, ultimately.
Oh, let's defend this.
And now we need to defend this because it could almost become a 2-on-1 here. There's someone coming back, yes. The transition play for Wolfsburg, and Mappy with the recovery. She was the one crossing at the other side, and ultimately she forces a goal kick. It was Jonstadter there who was making the run. Mappy does well to slow her down, and it's a good challenge.
Oh, yeah. That was it. It was that one.
So Paredes with that would have been an unbelievable goal if that came off.
Yeah, that one. Like,
That kind of like acrobatic
I don't even know how she
finish,
did
yeah.
it. I'm not going to try.
Now the player down.
They're going to try to do this until
this is good.
at least until halftime. And
That's
Aitana is saying one and another, but they're playing their cards.
Yeah. They want to break Barca's rhythm, obviously. Now, Pop. There wasn't much there. It's a hard fall. But just touching her back there. And Barca are going to have to give the ball straight back to Wolfsburg. Throw in on the right-hand side. Minute 42. Barca are down 2-0. Pajor and Pop, the scorers, in the
And Gaze is warming up for Barca.
It says here that Wolfsburg have had 3 shots. I can remember the 2 goals. Can't remember anything else.
I can't remember the other shot either.
I remember a cross.
I do. Yeah, it came into her hands. Yeah,
Okay, that was almost a cross though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway. Problem is, Barca have had 12 shots, just 1 on target. Not clinical enough. Lots of block shots as well. Haven't been able to finish. And Wolfsburg at the moment just want to make this a mucky game.
And I think
until the end of the first half at least.
All what Jonathan Giraldes has to make sure now in the halftime is not even about football. It's all about mentality. It's all here what they have to come back in the second half.
Belief and
to push.
Knowing that they've built up for this situation. They've been in it before as well. I mean, last year it was 3-0. This year it's 2-0.
And they almost come back last year.
Yeah.
You got that feeling.
They just needed more time, didn't they? I think if they had more time, that
10
they would
more
have
minutes
crawled back into it. The problem here is that they are a better team. What does Giraldes do to change it? Because Wolfsburg have literally got 45 minutes to try and keep 2 goals out.
Yeah.
And it's very, very possible they can do that. So Barca really need to turn up the gear. They need to move the ball a lot quicker. They need to get their passing right,
Yeah.
and they need to be way more clinical in those areas because they're creating. And in fact, I think when the fullbacks get forward and high, those pullback crosses are so useful. Just don't have the player to finish it, and I think you're right. I think we might see Gese in there in the second half.
Right now, Barca are the team trailing and who would, in theory, want to be playing more. But I think halftime is almost going to be good for them to kind of regather, because you see like they've lost a little bit of energy now. It's become a scrappy game. Barca aren't able at the moment to put together sequences of passing.
They're playing really far apart, which is unusual for them when they're in possession. They're very spread out. Usually we see players connecting passes very close together, but particularly the front three, they're playing really far apart. They don't seem to have much support from the midfield. It's a little bit worrying.
But, I mean, you have been player, and I think somehow, like the final of last year comes to your mind at this point. And I think that's why they need that half time, like just to recharge.
It's that not again feeling. Not this again.
Yeah.
Right. 2 minutes have been added on. 1.5 left to play. And Wolfsburg, the team in possession.
And I think the scenario is perfect first for Gese for that pressure.
Yeah.
And I would say, like, I don't know how fit Alexia is, but of all what Alexia means, we saw the other day they were losing 2-0 against Madrid Club de Fútbol Femenino.
Careful here. Hansen inside the box. Hansen.
But who would you take off at this point?
I think
maybe Mariona for Gese, it's an option.
I think he needs to move Mariona out and take Pariuelo off. I think it's
yes.
it's
I think
time for
Pariuelo hasn't
experience.
been effective in that role.
She's a fantastic player, but Mariona is the most difficult player to mark when she's playing out wide. She creates so much space.
Lucy Bronze in space inside the box. Lucy, the pass. Vamos, Salma. Oh!
No! Where's the
ball?
ball?
Underneath the keeper. And we were just talking about the possibility of taking Salma off, and she almost goes and scores.
It's great play, though. Again, it should have been a goal. It should have been. It's good play from Lucy Bronze, who finds herself in the number 9 position. And actually Franz does really well to come out, and that she came out really quickly.
Final seconds of this first half, and that was it for Barca. That was the chance that they were looking for to at least reduce the deficit. First half is going to end here. And not the best of news at half-time for Barca. 2-0 down. The goals from Peugeot and from Pop. At this point, as always, we ask you, what were your feelings on the first half? Was it a thumbs up? Or was it a thumbs down? I'd say for the result, it's a thumbs down. But the way the team played, I'm kind of veering upwards. Maybe in the last few minutes after the second goal, they lost control a bit. But still, I felt like Barca did more than enough to be ahead.
Yeah, and that's why for me it's thumbs down, because when you get the opportunities in a final, you have to score them. The only thing we knew today is like you can not make mistakes in defense, which we did. It was one only, and it ended up in the first goal. And then I felt like some moments there was like some rush of the players, like they wanted to score fast, and that made them like not score the opportunities they had. So for me it's a thumbs down that I hope it turns into a thumbs up.
Let us know if it's thumbs up or thumbs down for you, Emma.
I'm going to say thumbs down as well, because even though we've controlled the game, we have the experience, and it doesn't look like it out there. We're just making poor decisions in the final third, and we're not clinical, which we need to be.
I see some thumbs down already on the chat. Let's see if in the second half we can turn that around. Right, we're going to take a little break here, and we'll be coming back right before the second half starts. We're going to leave you with the beautiful tribute video that was made last week, saying farewell to the Spotify camera and remembering all the great moments that both men and women's team have had there. We'll be back in about 6 to 7 minutes.
Chance to shoot.
Molina que salva. Pinci gol, Pinci gol, Pinci gol, Pinci gol, Pinci gol.
Full of history, full of future. The Spotify Cup now, lots of great moments and some energy that we need to take over to Eindhoven to try and pull off the comeback in this second half. Barca are 2-0 down at half-time. They were the dominating team. They were the team that had the most possession, the most opportunities, that created the most situations. But 2 chances, well, 2.5 for Wolfsburg, and they get 2 goals out of it. Peugeot and Pop were the scorers. As always on Barca Live, we ask you who was the best player in this first half for Barca. tough one, obviously, being 2-0 down, but did you like Mapi Leon's performance? Was it Fridolina Rolfo down the left, or was it Aitana Bonmatí in midfield?
For me, it was Aitana. She was pushing even after the first goal. She was the one that you saw. She was pushing all the team, controlling, giving those deep passes to Salma and everything. And I think she was the key for what the game we saw, because it was Barca controlling but not scoring.
Emma, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, Aitana is definitely a massive cog in that machine, but I'm going to go with Mappy because I think she's really important back there. That tackle that she did against Jónsdóttir at the end, which we got a goal kick, and also just her set pieces, her crosses, her corners have been absolutely excellent, and I think we're going to score from them.
And a couple of good switches also to look for Caroline Graham-Hampson, which you mentioned, Emma, is one of Barca's best weapons and feels a bit underused at the moment in the first half.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what Giraldes is going to be saying at half-time. You need to get the ball out to Hansen early, and if you can't get it out to her early, then perhaps, yeah, we have to go the build-up play and try and get Rolfo on the ball. But as soon as you get on the ball, look up and see if you can switch it to Hansen, because she is the main threat for our team. She's the player that nobody can defend against, and we've only gotten the ball out to her 4 or 5 times in that whole half. It's the same with Chelsea. She destroyed Chelsea, and Wolfsburg know that they will be they'll be hoping she doesn't get on it, so we're playing into their hands.
Votes on the live chat divided between Mapi Leon and Rolfo. Also had a good first half in getting up. Maybe not enough. Maybe just not enough. I mean, Barca did go down that left flank a few times. That was where most of the danger came from. You mentioned, Emma, how Wolfsburg were trying to clog up the middle, and Barca needed to use their depth down the wings. Rolf on one side, Hansen on the other.
Well, also, I'm hoping that we see Mariona being put out to the left, because she will cut in a lot, and that gives Rolfo time to go up there and overlap. But you can see that they've got Jónsdóttir coming back to stop Rolfo getting forward. So the key might be try and get Rolfo to go infield and try and drag Jónsdóttir in, and maybe Mappy go higher up, like we've seen.
Once,
her crossing the ball in. Well, these are all things that need to be sorted out on the pitch. That's what, when we talk about experience, we talk about that. And we talk about Rolfo turning around going, I can't do it, she's tracking me, so I'm going to go in. Mappy, you go around me and go up. All of these things sorted out on the pitch, and we didn't see that in the first half.
Reading and reacting. We have a few comments from our fans. Let's see. Come on, guys. Keep it positive. Believe in the comeback. I see a few comeback comments on the live chat, which is good. Good. We need that energy. We need that positive energy. Julia, remontada. Go Barça. That's the attitude. Tamara Gómez, saludos de una costarricense desde El Cairo. Oh, from Costa Rica and in El Cairo. And watching us. For sure we will be back, says Ala, trusting the comeback as well. Keep those positive comments, those good vibes coming. At least Barca need a goal in the first 5 to 10 minutes. That would be an ideal thing. That would be ideal. Obviously, there are ways and ways of doing it, but if you're thinking of ways to come back, getting an early goal would be absolutely fantastic. Do we have any more? Yes, McLumvis says, why is the green players always in the way? They need to move. Well, yes, they're only there to do their jobs, unfortunately, for Barca. Oh, this is a long one. Maxwell says, Barca are still in it. They need to be more brave moving forward. They also need to stop overlying on their young 19-year-old striker. She can't carry the team by herself, but Mattia, etc., need to step up. Everyone needs to step up in this second half, I would say. We're seeing the rallying talk of Aitana Bonmatí and then Irene Paredes taking word before the players step onto the pitch. It doesn't look, Irati and Emma, like there are any subs. Are you surprised by that?
I was surprised because we saw that Geise was warming up in the last 10 minutes, and we see all Marion and Salma Parayolo are stepping in on the field. So probably Jonathan Giraldes is going to wait a little bit more, and we will see which is the first move. But I really think that after what we saw, like the team needs some adjustments. Maybe it's on positions with the same players.
Emma, were you expecting a sub at halftime?
No, I wasn't. A lot of managers don't like to make that sub at that moment, but could be in the first 5-10 minutes. They'll make that sub. I'm sure he's already given instructions. I'm sure he's already told players, listen, you're coming off in 10 minutes, give me what you can for 10 minutes. And he's told vice versa, the players coming on.
I saw there's 3 Barça players warming up. I couldn't see which ones they were, but there was 3 Barça players warming up.
Well, we'll see who starts warming up in this second half. There we go, there we go.
Alexia, Chernogorcevic and Geisa.
Those are the 3 players who are warming up. 2 of them are in the options that we were going to give you for who would you like to see in this second half. We were going option 1, Geise, option number 2, Alexia, option number 3, Pina. You've said Geise all along. So.
Yeah, I think Geise can be the first. Like for me, for the pressure, Geise is the perfect one. To be, I don't say revulsivo, in terms of morality, I think Alexia is the perfect fit because we saw the other day against Madrid Club de Fútbol Femenino, she just stepped in the second minute, she scores a goal and the game completely changed. And I think for those crucial moments and goals, also Claudia Pina is a perfect fit. So for me, I would choose the 3 of them.
Who can make an impact in the second half?
I would love to see Pina come on. I really would. I think she's an absolute goal scorer. She's an absolute nightmare for a goalkeeper, and she's going to score your goals. She's the calm, composed attitude you need on there.
Well, the second half has started. No subs at the moment. We'll see if Giraldez makes a move soon. On the other side, we were talking before about game plan and what Jonathan Giraldez's thoughts might be. If you're Tommy Stroot, you're absolutely satisfied with what your team has done.
You're delighted. You're wanting just to get on that bus now.
Yeah.
But you can see that they've come out and they've started the exact same way. They're high pressing, which is, you like to see it. You'd hate to see them park the bus type of thing now that they're 2-0 up. They're still pressing high. So I think that's really interesting.
Over here with Salma trying to drive away after winning the contest. He's dispossessed, and Irene Paredes now has to run back to recover that long ball. Baños is going to play it long. She finds free Aitana Bonmatí. We need Aitana to be making those runs into the box, to play close to the box. It's where she's most dangerous. And Mariona's dropped back. Barça moving the ball around. Napilona's freed up. She's got Rolfo further ahead on the left. There goes the ball. Rolfo drives in. Right-footed cross. Salma down to Aitana. The shot from the edge of the box into the hands of Froms. And a good build-up by Barça to set up a great shooting opportunity for Mariona Caldentey.
It's how you have to start. We also have to remember that to come back, you don't need 3 goals. You just need 2 just to set this into the extra time. It's a final.
Oh, it's really good play. It's good play. And Mappy, you can see, just pushing higher a little bit. Just gives you that extra outlet because Rolfo is pushed high, drags John Sutter with her, so it just allows Mappy to play higher. This is Alexandra Pop on the floor.
Is down after colliding with Paredes. The ball's been given to Barça. Kira Walsh is saying, come on, hurry up.
There's nothing there. I don't think...
Looks like there's nothing there.
Touches.
Pop is saying that it was a high foot from Irene.
Well, nothing called. Barça have possession. Can Aitana turn here? Oh, the idea was good.
Yeah.
Now Barça keep going. Patri's going to feed it out wide. There goes Caroline Graham-Hansen. Hansen on the edge. Drives to her left, inside. She's free. Hansen inside. Vamos! Patri Guijarro.
Vamos!
Scores for Barça. And that's the ideal start. Vamos!
Vamos! There's time.
Well, who was it on the comments that said Barca need a goal within the first 5 minutes? There's the reaction. Good build-up. And Barca with the goal. Patri Guijarro with her 3rd goal in this Champions League. Good build-up.
And we said it. The weapon is Carol. Give the ball to Carol. The first good ball she has, and she creates this.
And it is Patri who feeds it out wide to Caroline Graham-Hansen. She drives inside first, then takes a touch to
It's
go deep.
Amazing.
It's a great goal. It's a typical Barca goal, isn't it? But it's interesting because Oberdorf is doing a great job shielding her back, her two defenders there, central defenders. But she follows the ball and gets dragged out, and that's where Patry found the little bit of space.
Look at this. Hansen to Mariona. Mariona has to slow down to wait for support, but she passes to Salma. Salma on the edge of the box. Shoot! Oh, left-footed shot over the crossbar. What a start to the second half from Barça. I would say, guys, the comeback is coming. Fill the live chat with blue and red hearts. Blue and red hearts. Vamos. This is definitely, in terms of energy, what you would want.
And now you see, like, the players after the goal, you feel another energy, other vibes.
Well, you can see the midfielder playing higher already, and they're playing too deep in the first half. No support to the front three. They're already playing hard. That's Kira Walsh up there. She's never up that high. She certainly wasn't in the first half.
Look at this, down the right-hand side again. The cross inside. And the comeback is complete in 5 minutes.
Vamos!
There it is. Wow.
Who was worried? I wasn't worried. Were you worried?
I was not worried. I thought Barca were executing the game plan to perfection.
And Patry scored 2 goals in the whole tournament, and now she's scoring 2 goals today. But just look at her position. Just look at her position higher up the pitch. It's a great little check back. What a goal!
She comes from behind, and the defense were looking a ball,
from Aitana. And she's finding herself in those positions. She's playing in midfield. It's the late runs, all because she's been asked to play a little bit higher up. Look at the difference it makes.
Where are those blue and red hearts, guys, on the live chat? I don't see enough colour on the live chat. Vamos! Look at the reaction by Jonathan Giraldes. Normally the calming presence on that bench.
And the team has to take profit of this momentum. Like, it's the moment right now. Like, be patient, don't lose the mind, but take profit of the momentum, because mentally now, imagine Wolfsburg, it's just all after the halftime.
I mean, it's easy to say now in hindsight, but it felt like Barca were doing the right thing in the first half. Maybe like the final touch wasn't there.
They were just playing too deep, midfield too deep. Oberdorf had an easy job.
Careful here, because Hansen is at it again. Hansen has to wait. Hansen sets it up. And Hendrik gets there first before Salma Parayolo. But it felt unfair, the 2-0.
No, they were the better team, but it doesn't really matter because they were given Wolfsburg time to get back and defend and get organised, whereas they're not now. They're playing higher up, they're moving the ball. And Wolfsburg are playing with one holding midfielder, Oberdorf, and she can't handle when there's a switch or 2 people going into her space.
2 things about that, about those 2 goals. One is we were asking for more Caroline Graham-Hansen involvement. Well, there you go. 2 assists. The other is that Patry is doing what we thought Aitana Bonmatí should be doing, was getting into the ball a little, into the box a little bit more. Careful now with Wolfsburg. They fed out to the left. Cross by Rauch goes out. So yeah, Barca getting their midfielders into the box and getting Hansen more involved.
I think the key is what she said, that they are more up, they are pressing more high, and also, like we said before, like to involve Caro Graham is your main weapon there, and amazing the way Patry Jarro enters there, but also like Salma was entering in the box, so the defenders were having a look on Salma, and then Guijarro was completely free.
Just more runs into the box, coming in more players, and you know, it just was too easy. It was 1v1 situations in the first half, where now you've got maybe a 3v2 in the box for Barca, so back in control.
And here we go again. Rolfo. Now the fans allowed. Now the fans allowed. There's a deep run by Rolfo. In comes the cross into the hands of Froms.
I mean, it says 3-2. I was on my way there.
Plenty of time for
you
that
said
now.
3-2?
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Now,
Careful
we need
there.
to be careful not to get too carried away and not allow Wolfsburg any extra space to maneuver. The cross coming in from the left, played by the Barca defence. Mariona picks it up and passes back to Kira Walsh. That's generally a good move. Montana. Out wide to Mariona. Mariona, what a delightful through ball.
It was
Not as
Jonathan
delightful
Giralde shouting
as I
Mariona
thought.
to pass it to Salma.
Didn't get to Salma.
Yeah.
It looked like a great idea.
It was just not enough legs on the pass, was it? If she'd just got the weight of that pass better, Salma definitely would have outrun Hendrich.
Barca recover the ball. And it is easy now with the momentum to get carried away. And Barca, in a way, it's good, but you also need to keep your poise.
I think it's more important than ever to be clever and smart and use your experience to keep the momentum and to try to push there, but to not lose your mind, because then you open spaces in the back.
Walsh inside. Mappy. Ball through to Mariona. Awful. Barca in possession. Now slowing things down a little bit. Mappy absolutely free in midfield.
Yeah, she's so much space. Wolfsburg are playing 5 at the back. Like, they played 5 at the back in the first half, but we just didn't seem to have the space. But realistically, there should be a lot of space in midfield with 5 at the back.
So moving the ball at ease right now. Now it's Kira Walsh, who has plenty of space to manoeuvre. She passes to Aitana. No pressure on the Barca midfielders. Too long that ball for Mappy Leon to get there.
And I bet Jonathan Giralde will froze a little bit those.
Oh, the substitutions.
change,
Yeah, no, obviously now have to weigh his options. And Wolfsburg playing with a bit more of a sense of urgency now, taking their goal kick quickly. 10 minutes played in the second half, and an unbelievable turn of events for Barca in the first 5 minutes. They've scored 2 goals. And now a level at 2-2. The Barca anthem being chanted there in Eindhoven.
Barça.
Vamos. Right, throw-in. We have comments from our fans, hopefully celebrating the comeback. What are you saying, fans? What are you saying? Let's see. Quick read of comments as the game is ongoing. And we're seeing the replay of the goals. We can win. Let's go, says Hicham. The second goal, by the way, I said before the assist was by Hansen. It was by Aitana, so apologies there. Visca Barça, this is why I love this club. AZ. You have to love it through thick and thin. Yeah, in the comebacks, the love comes out. Fours with lots of S's, says A. Salvat. What else? Wolfsburg in possession. We are back, says Kai. We are indeed. And came very early in that second half. Fabulous reaction by the team coming out of the dressing room. Best comeback ever. Well, I mean,
let's finish it. Let's finish it
first. And I mean, it was very fast. Very fast.
That's true.
That is true.
And it's important because otherwise you start with the anxiety that it's not coming and everything.
Monica says, "Això és d'infart." Well, it's still gotta get there. There's still a long time to go. Thank you for the comments. Keep them coming. Keep the positivism coming. Aitana loses the ball where you don't want to lose it. Careful with this attack by Wolfsburg on the edge of the box. The shot low, blocked. That's where you don't want to lose the ball. Ooh, Hansen gets free. Go Caro. Driving down the middle. She has the option of Salma. Out wide on the left is Mariona. Mariona slows it down, waiting for the overlap. Runs into a defender but keeps the ball. Mariona over to Lucy Bronze. Bronze can put in the cross. Salma Parayuelo looking for it, hunting for the ball. But Hendricks gets there before her. She's kind of lost the transition opportunity there with Mariona slowing things down still, but an opportunity though. Rolfo on the left. See if she can go deep. Rolfo inside the box. Rolfo.
Yes.
Inside the header by Salma. Goes up in the air.
Salma is having a lot of opportunities today.
Rolfo did really, really well there because John Sutter she knows she's going to go on her left foot. Like, she's doing a really good job defending her, but Rolfo managed to get the ball in. And yeah, Pariuelo in the centre. She's such a good person to have as a target player in there.
Geese is still warming up. We know that because she was right in front of the camera shot as Barça play down the left. Rolfo with Patri. Now Patri with Mariona. Good deep pass, looking for Patri's run, and it'll be a corner kick.
Good opportunity there. And I think this comeback also comes from the experience of losing last year's final.
Oh, yeah.
Like that's what gives you losing.
Patri's everywhere in the second half. She's all over the pitch.
Barca have a corner kick. Had a
This
couple
is
of
really
chances coming off the
important.
set pieces, yeah.
These are important. The next goal, obviously, not wanting to sound so obvious, but is extremely important for either team.
Mappy with the cross inside, headed away. Rebound will be Blaugrana. Dana from behind, over to Mappy Leon. Walsh. Hansen now on the left.
You know, Wolfsburg were in this exact same position against Arsenal. 2-0 up. Arsenal came back to 2-2 and then Wolfsburg scored in the dying death of the game. So they're used to this.
Yeah.
Now build up on the left. You said the Patri was everywhere. Where is she? Here on the left. Inside. Oh, what a ball. Played through to Aitana. Rolfo loses control. Wolfsburg look like they've had the air punched out of them. Right
Well,
now.
I was just going to say it's Wolfsburg who look like they need to make some changes. They look tired. It's really difficult to press against Barça for 45, never mind 90. And they definitely look a little bit leggy out there.
Ooh, good turn, good turn. The drive down the middle. Mariona fouled from behind. Barça play on. Salma. Bronze, Salma. Now Mariona. Good passing sequence from Barça. Trying to free some space up. Now on the left, Mappy Leon to cross inside. In comes the cross by Mappy. Headed away early by Hendricks. Now Peugeot is going to try and run, launch the counter-attack. Good transition by Lucy Bronze. Of course, throw in.
Good run there to defend and to stop that, and it's the proof she came back 100% for this final.
I mean, a quarter of an hour has been played, 17 minutes now. It feels like a whole half right now. The high emotions we've had at the beginning of this second half, but yeah. Job still needs to be finished. It's 2-2. Wolfsburg went up 2-0. Peugeot and Pop were the scorers. 2 goals by Patrick Ferro early in the second half. Have levelled things up for Barça. Let's see if we can catch them with the press.
Yeah.
Kira Walsh. Build up by Wolfsburg. Peugeot on the left. There's Ward in front of her, but the ball goes back. Patrick Ferro defending. Hansen down there as well to defend. It's Lucy Bronze who gets the touch to recover the ball.
Oh,
and now
amazing.
Aitana Bonmatí is the one trying to get the ball out in transition for Barça.
And it's the first long possession I remember for Wolfsburg.
Yeah.
Even in the
second
first half,
definitely.
yeah. But even in between both for halves, it's the first long one I remember.
Well, you can see Wolfsburg, even when they're getting high and they're in good positions, they're stopping and coming back. They're not pushing forward. So you can see they're a little bit rattled. Like mentally, Barca have the upper hand already, just in the start of this, 10 minutes into the half.
Now Patri was expecting Aitana to be somewhere else. Aitana wins it back though for Barca. Mariona. Opening switch. Looking for Caroline Graham-Hansen. Wolfsburg recover. Barca just elite at this. And then they go and lose the ball as I say it. It's a 3-on-3. Careful here. Deep pass through. Mappy comes across. At least to hold everything. Pop has it now. Pop against Mappy.
That's a good battle, isn't it? Mappy and Pop.
But Mappy this far has been crucial. In the important moments, in the good transition of balls, she always appears.
Always.
She's been good in correcting when Wolfsburg have had space.
And also with the health, because this one it was not for her, but she came across and.
Throw in for Wolfsburg on the left. Jonstutir with the cross inside. Someone went down. Going on now.
That's a bit of a weapon, isn't it, that throw? It's really difficult to defend against those throw-ins because there's no trajectory on the ball and it's just kind of like in the air such a long time.
And Tommy Stroop was claiming that there was a push inside the box. No such thing. Pop had gone down. Barca will play from behind. Mappy, 65 minutes. So there are 25 remaining. Of course, if this were to end this way, we have extra time.
We hope they finish the time before. I hate extra times.
Not saying too loud. Yeah, wouldn't be the first time this season that we've gone through that.
No, that's true.
Here's the switch by Aitana. Oh, the little nutmeg from Caroline Graham-Hansen. Drive down the middle. The combination with Mariona. Caroline surrounded by players, couldn't get it to Wolfsburg. Had 4 surrounding her. Barca still have the ball though. Aitana. Slipped at the wrong time.
It's just those extra touches that I'm really not used to seeing with Barca. They usually make such good decisions and they generally are just savages in the opposition box, but today just those extra touches, they're not getting away with it.
It's what finals will do to you. Just give you that extra moment of hesitation maybe.
I imagine there is a lot of pressure on the Barca players though, if you think of all the build up, what happened last year against Lyon, what happens against these in the COVID semi-finals. It's difficult. All these things running around in your head.
But also all those fans traveling for you and everything that gives you sometimes the extra excitement that sometimes on the field is not really good.
Yeah, and they went into this game out and out favourites, didn't they?
Be careful though.
Careful here, the Wolfsburg attack. The shot into the hands of Sandra Paños. You need to be careful there. You need to be careful there because if there's one thing that we learned from the first half and from what you said from previous games from Wolfsburg, they need half a chance.
That's all, and you're not even expecting it. We're chatting away, and next of all, we're like, wait, they're in attack type of thing, and they're just really clinical, and it's nearly the opposite here, playing the two teams against each other. You've got Barca who are unbelievable in possession, the best footballing team I've ever seen. Just couldn't score in the first half, and then you've got Wolfsburg who maybe had 3 touches in that first goal. Just need to turn it on its head now, and Barca need to bring on a player that can score more.
Exactly, subs. Jayce is the one getting ready. We'll see if there's anyone else joining her. But we did see preparations for...
Makes sense. She's the only one entering now because she started warming up before the rest. And if Chernogorchi enters, like who you take now from the field?
Here's Lucy Bronze making a run forward. She goes down. It's a foul. Stays down, and Wolfsburg have a chance to run here. Careful, careful. The shot, Sandra Paños. Coming up big for Barça in these last couple of opportunities. I think Pajot had probably better options, although...
That's twice now in a row she should have passed it. I don't blame her, she's top scorer. She can score, she can hit the back of the net, but she's going to have to do a lot better than that. She's going to beat Sandra Paños.
It was a little folder.
A bit of a foul on Lucy Bronze before that.
That was moving
And for me, I was in the halftime seeing reviews replays from the second goal of them, and I think Bar should have entered there because it was a clear foul there.
Yeah, a foul on Mappy. Right, Paralluelo off, Jayce on. That is the sub that Jonathan Giraldez makes. Paralluelo's been close 3-4 times, crosses in which Hendricks gets there a little bit ahead of her. One in which she couldn't get a good touch, but valiant effort.
Valiant effort, and I think it's totally what she said before. There is where the experience enters. She's only 19 years old, and in the first really professional year on football, she's playing a final of Champions League.
Careful. Mariona inside the box. Mariona, shoot! Rojo! Vamos! Vamos! Barça complete the comeback. A bit of a scramble. It took 2-3 opportunities, but Barça get it done. And Fridolina Rolfo is the scorer. Vamos! 4th goal in the Champions League. Barca were 2-0 down at half-time, and with 20 minutes remaining, it's Barca 3, Wolfsburg 2, Emma.
Probably the messiest goal we're going to see from Barca. It's a good ball in from Jayce, who's just come on. Bit of a mix-up in the Wolfsburg. Mariona was not going to get on the end of that, and luckily it landed for Rodolfo, who actually finished it really, really well, because, you know, there wasn't a lot of space between those defenders. Great goal.
You're disappointed there if you're a Wolfsburg fan, if you're Tommy Street. Wolfsburg, but they just couldn't clear the ball. It was Wilms who just cleared it straight into the body of Hendrick, and maybe a bit of precipitation there, a bit hastiness, a bit of a moment of panic maybe.
It's just one of those things. It's one of those things.
I think it's like the little mistake we saw from Lucy Bronze in the first half. Like, you don't know how to take it away, but also it was part of the pressure of Barca players. And I think this can be really important of which kind of Jayce we see in this second half, because she just makes an impact with the first ball she touches. And after the difficult season she has been through, after La Copa de la Reina and everything that happened there, I think this is also can be really important for her confidence for the rest of the match.
Yeah, I'd say sometimes we ask our fans for applauses. I'd say a comeback is a good...
Yeah, a big one. And there's more here.
A good reason for applauses. Fill the lights up with applauses, guys, and answer this question, which I had sent in before the Rolfo goal. I mean, you can still answer it. How will the game end at minute 90? 1, a Barca win. 2, extra time. 3, a Wolfsburg win. I'm going 1 now. I mean, there's no coming back. There's no coming back from this now. Feel like with applauses for the comeback, guys.
Especially with Jayce, the way she's playing.
Yeah.
Like, she came on, her first touch was across for the goal. Well done,
look,
Jonathan.
I see ones on the live chat. Keep them coming, guys. I see it too. And Undia Partit is now going around in the Eindhoven Stadium.
We saw immediately when Rolfo scores, all the staff of Barca going to Giraldez just to make a plan, just to keep this like how it is right now.
Because, I mean, at 2-2, we have seen Wolfsburg have a couple of open opportunities for Pajot both times. So, I mean, this is in no way done.
It's not finished.
No, but I can see Barca going on and scoring another 1, maybe even 2, to be honest, rather than Wolfsburg coming back.
More applauses, guys. More applauses. I see them on the live chat. I want more.
Come on.
This is, wow. What a comeback in the second half. We were 2-0 down at half-time. I bet Spencer and Jamie are having fun on the call on Barca TV Plus as well. Spencer might have lost his voice.
And imagine a neutral football fan. Like, this is the perfect final to watch. Like, if you're not either Barca or Wolfsburg fan, it's a perfect final.
It has been a great game, I have to say.
And what better a situation now in which you probably need a bit of, as I said before, poise and calming the game down, bringing maybe the two-time Ballon d'Or winner, an experienced player,
I mean, it's
captain
not a
of the
bad,
team.
it's
It's not a bad option to have.
substitute,
It's not a
is
bad
it?
option to have, is it? No. Look at that. Look at that. Applauses and hearts on the live chat. Keep them coming, guys.
And
Hearts as well. Hearts as
this
well.
is not close, and probably if the score is like this, only 3-2, we are not going to see. But I would love to see Vicky Lopez play some minutes today. Like, I think she's such talented, and seeing the other day her crying in that final and everything, I feel like football has to give something to her.
Yes, it's been a cruel year for Alexia Putellas ever since that final in Turin. Then obviously the injury. She did win the Ballon d'Or regardless, which is a little highlight, a little positive in all of that, in the midst of that. But
And the
It'd
best.
be nice to see Alexia and Vicky come on at the same time.
both, yeah.
It's like,
It's present and future.
15
Can
minutes
this
remaining.
end right now?
Yeah, I'd be happy for it to end right now. Here we go. Or to see another goal and not have to suffer through the
Barca's
final.
goal.
Another Barca goal, yeah. And obviously, you want it to end now because
You have the score, but
you're
I
the queen
can,
of predictions this
I
season
can
on Barca
take a
Live,
5-2 or 6-2 if we are going to win the second Champions League. I don't care about that at this point.
Here is Mapi Leon feeding it through. Oh, Gacy inside the box, Gacy, the setup for Aitana, the shot into the hands of from. I thought you never want a player to cheat and all that, but Gacy could have looked for the contact there and.
But she's not the kind of player that does that. Yeah.
I think she's clever enough to know she wouldn't get anything from that. But just her strength, and again, we just keep talking about experience, but that's experience. Being on the ball, getting past your defender, getting in front of them, and not taking the shot there and passing it off.
Yeah, and I think what we're seeing from Gacy is also the anger, because I think after the injury of Oshoala, probably she was expecting to start today, and not seeing her in the starting lineup is the Gacy we're seeing now.
Look at the hustle from Gacy to win it back. Mariona calming the game down. Bradley lets it roll. Gacy fights for it, and
now she was clever also.
She forces a yellow card on Wolfsburg, who thought it was
I actually think it was a foul the other way, being honest.
Well, we'll see. Gacy's down. No.
Oh, no.
Gacy gets in there. Josoti does get a touch of the ball, but she does get a lot of Gacy
I think
as well.
she mistakes the pace of Gacy.
Chernogocevic is going to come on.
Who you take off? Hansen?
Yeah, maybe. Hansen's been a bit quiet now.
Maybe
it's about keeping the scoreline.
Lucy at right back.
That's a very good shout, coming back from injury.
While Gacy's down and nothing's happening at the moment, we have a reaction. There's a watch party in Washington, apparently.
Oh.
And this is one of their reactions to one of the goals.
It's a video.
I'm trying to figure out from the screen behind there which one of the goals it was. I was too late in looking at it. I think it's the 2-2. But a watch party in Washington.
That's also part of what this team is accomplishing.
They're 6 hours behind us. So, well, it's morning.
That's early. It's early, quite early.
Wait a minute, a set-piece opportunity for Barca. The cross in by Mapi Leon, the header by Patri goes over. Oh, and it's a corner kick. I thought it was all Patri. Patri was determined it wasn't there.
MVP of this match is far, Patri.
I was going to say now that it feels like Barca are in full control of this game.
Absolutely.
Pina and Chernogorcevic.
But we've learned from this team that you can never get too complacent. Right, Pina and Chernogorcevic on. Mariona is one of the players coming off. And who is the other? Caroline?
I think we've seen a much better performance from Mariona. Dropping back, just having that free roll to come back. When she's playing the number 9, she's pinned too much to that position.
Caroline Graham-Hansen, the other player to come on. Claudia Pina, Claudia Pina and Chernogorcevic, the ones replacing them.
Also one player that comes back from an injury, Claudia Pina, but I think it is the perfect scenario for her because she feels the colors and she's always there for the goal.
Cross in by Mapi Leon, the header by Lucy Bronze, blocked. And there will be is it a throw-in or another corner kick? We didn't see the ball go out or where it went out.
No, not a corner. She would not be
no,
going
neither.
upfield.
Is it a goal? Oh, the keeper's down now. Froms is down. And this is not good for Wolfsburg in terms of trying to build momentum because JC went down a minute ago. Now it's their
do you know what? There's so much talk about
but they use it for that. It's something that started in the Premier League. Yeah.
There's so much talk about goalkeepers going down to give the managers a chance to get the team together. And it can be the goalkeeper because they don't have to go off. So what I always say is, well, can you see the sub-goalkeeper warming up? And the answer is no. Well, then there's nothing wrong with the goalkeeper.
That's something that's crazy that never happened in men's football, but women's football abroad. Like I think it started with Emma Hayes that started doing this, and just.
Well, as Emma says, it's in the rules.
You use the rules
We're
for
allowed
yourself.
to do it, so.
It's like when Messi was the best free kick taker in the world, and all of a sudden opponents start having players lying down behind the wall. Does the rule say we can't do that? Well, let's do it. It's like trying to have the rules go in your favour.
Also, like women's football, changing a little bit the rules in that sense. I think it's crazy.
This is a timeout, like you see in basketball, like you see in handball.
And sometimes you feel like we are sitting here doing our match live, and how many times we said like it's the perfect momentum for a timeout.
I would be in favour of timeouts. So it was a throw-in there. Throw-in on the left-hand side.
So the men's timeouts are VAR. We haven't had any VAR calls.
We haven't had it. And Irati says we should have. Here's Chernogorcevic who's inside the box. Barca in possession. Walsh. We're in the final 10 minutes of this. Barca have pulled off a fantastic comeback. Here's Rolfo inside.
It just feels like I'm going to act like we've won here, but it feels really nice because they've had to work for it. Like whereas before, when they beat Chelsea, it wasn't too easy. I was like, yes, you've won, you are the best team, but we knew that. They've really had to work today, and I bet you this win will taste even sweeter because they had to come from 2-0 behind.
Well, let's hope it ends this way. There's still 8 minutes.
Give it more epic.
Added time. But
I remember also for this, because if this ends like this and Barca wins the Champions League, Alexia has to play at least 1 minute to win the Champions League.
I mean, if this stays this way, I think in the third round of substitutions she comes in, right?
She comes in either way. I would not like to be heralded if she doesn't get on the pitch.
Also that. Claudia Pina hanging on to the ball, passing back to Aitana. Awful back to Mapi Leon. What makes it easier for Giraldez is if Barca score a fourth.
Absolutely.
Because we have seen that she has been improving, but she came earlier than expected, so she's not 100% the Alexia we remember. It's also a danger in this kind of finals and situation where the other team goes like 100% on tackles and everything. It's a danger.
If she's not playing, it's not because of the talent, obviously. She's one of the most talented players on the team. the coaching staff, the medical staff have all the information on her recovery. If she's not playing in these important moments of the second half, is because there's maybe a 1% of concern that she might re-aggravate something.
Absolutely.
And
it's a really difficult thing to come back from, not just physically but mentally as well. And against a team like Wolfsburg, who are very, very physical.
Gacy inside the box. 3 on her. Trying to squirm her way through. She's going to hang on to the ball and protect it around the corner area. It should be a Barça ball. It is a Barça ball, yes.
Of course, why they get upset?
Look, it's Barça trying to get on the ball quickly. It's Barça trying to keep the tempo high.
84th minute. The clock ticking just a little bit too slow for my liking in these final minutes. Barça are controlling the situation at the moment. Happy. Lovely through ball for Batty, who can't keep control of it. Goal kick to Wolfsburg. We have more comments. Let's see. I hope they are celebratory comments. Let's see what our fans have to say, even though Wolfsburg have already played the ball out. Me fui 5 minutos si pasa eso.
Go more. Come back in 5 minutes.
Come back in 5 minutes, and hopefully we'll be celebrating. Let's bring this trophy home, says AZ. Let's do that. I see blue and red hearts. I think we need more blue and red hearts on the live chat right now. Don Jordan says, vamos chicas, visca el Barça por siempre, vamos con todo, sí se puede, vamos, yes. Sí. I'm not going to do the Cristiano Ronaldo. Giselle, vamos Barça. Vamos, we like your comments, we like your encouragement. More applauses. Aiden.
That's it.
Thank you, that's it. More applauses, more hearts, more applauses. Guys, we're about to be European champions. Where are those hearts and applauses? Come on.
Was a knee injury there?
This is less than ideal for Wolfsburg.
And Alexis getting ready to enter.
Alexis,
the moment.
and I think the fans know that.
Yeah.
They know.
Queen's back for a final.
And I'm sure in her mind, in like her deepest thoughts, she'll be happy for the team. She'll be ecstatic that we're winning this Champions League if we do end up winning it. She'll also think, I wanted to play more.
No, of course. Like, her target was Champions League final. That was the original target. And she's made it. Yeah. She just perhaps, I mean, she probably could have started, but better safe than sorry. You know, there's a big World Cup coming up this summer as well that hopefully she'll be a part of. So, yeah, I mean, it's up to the medical staff. And the medical staff are always a little bit...
Time will put into perspective as well. You think, oh, it was a terrible knee injury, and I was back in less time than expected. I made it to my objective, Champions League final, and I'm here. Taking part, maybe it's the final 3 minutes, but you're there.
You can be sure she was pushing.
Yeah.
It'd be her that was pushing, the medical staff pulling back. And that's their job. That's what they want to do. But of course she wanted to start today.
Well, she's getting ready to come on now with English.
We already seen that many good players are going to miss that World Cup due to a knee injury, so we want Alexia there.
Yeah.
For the knee and for other
And we want her here at the moment because this is not over. We're kind of talking like this as if though it's over.
No, it's not.
What we learned in the first half is that they need 3 touches to score, this team. More blue and red hearts, guys. I don't see enough of them on the live chat. We're winning the Champions League final. Blue and red hearts and applauses. Let's see. Throw in. So the subs are going to happen now. Alexia and Engen are going to come on. Who is going to come off? Let's see. Oh, Wolfsburg didn't give him time.
That's another player I think would be a bit disappointed that she didn't have more time is Engen. Like, she started every Champions League game. Maybe she considered this her tournament, her competition.
Yeah, and against her old team and...
Exactly.
But he's just tough in those Barca midfield positions, isn't it?
Impossible.
Elite talent.
It's impossible, but I'm interested. I'm interested in knowing what motivates players to stay at a club if they're not starting. Not just the fact it's an unbelievable club and an unbelievable city, but my question would be, am I going to get more minutes next season?
And also, sometimes not coming out frustrated, coming out focused and knowing like there's still a minute to play. And we're one goal up.
That was a bit close for comfort.
Right, so the subs are going to come on now. And so, what are we going to get? 5 minutes extra time?
I think
around
Engen
there.
might, you were saying, what motivates them? Engen might come on maybe frustrated, she thought she was going to start. But those 5 minutes are very important. If Barca concedes a goal, we're going to extra time.
Yeah,
so you need to come on fully focused.
And I think the case of Engen is the case of a player who stayed without having minutes, and this year she has performed in the best season since she arrived into the club, and I think that's why she's entering now, because she deserves to be playing the final. But as we said, like especially in midfield is where Barca has a lot of talent.
Subs for Barca: Kira Walsh and Aitana Bonmatí off, Alexia Putellas and Ingrid Engen on. And it's a happy moment to see Alexia in the Champions League final.
I mean, it's the first minute into the Champions League of the season for Alexia Putellas.
True, because she was in the squad list in the Chelsea game at Spotify Cup now, but she didn't play. I remember I was
She
there
scored the other day in the first touch, so let's see.
She's now fed it through to Jayce. Foul called against Barca. Interesting to see now how much added time, because now I feel like Wolfsburg will at least try to rally and
7?
7?
My God.
Really? There has been a few interruptions. There was the timeout. All subs have been made. There was the pop injury. Jayce went down as well.
Yeah.
So,
but 7 is kind of bar extra time. It's too much.
Listen, Pajor's been taken off. It's fine. She is their goal scorer.
There's still half pop there.
Pop's still on. Throw in on the left. Wolfsburg taking their time. They're going to treat this like a set piece.
Yeah, it's a long throw in, isn't it?
Long throw in, ball loose inside the box.
No, there's nothing there.
No penalty, there's no penalty. It was Overdorf who had gone down.
One of the good things of these last substitutes by Jonathan Giralde that Engen is a little bit more defensive than Kira Walsh and Aitana, so that also can bring you the opportunity to just keep this result.
It's, touched by Alexia, gives away a throw in to Wolfsburg. Attacking in the left corner. Jonsdottir is the one who's going to put the ball in the box again. Long throw in. Barca trying to clear away the danger, and they manage.
Come on.
Now Pina's going to run away with it. Pina, through ball. Jayce, she's fast.
Alexia?
The speed of Jayce. She's going to slow it down. Overlap by Pina. Jayce hangs on and passes to Ingrid Engen. Now Barca are going to hang on. Jayce did well there to not get too carried away. Oh, offside. 5 minutes remaining.
This is going to be long.
Yeah.
I think it's all going to be long ball pumping into the box for Wolfsburg. Last ditch attempt.
Now is what Barca has.
Bit of a tussle in midfield.
Pop and Mappy getting tangled up there.
Paredes.
Oh, Paredes, sorry, not Paredes, not Mappy, it was Paredes.
Chernogorchev just ran there to defend her mate.
Pop says there was an elbow thrown. And now the referee calling them both over. Sandra is being told to go back to her position. Pop sees a yellow. And is Paredes also going to see a yellow?
I'm not sure there's any need for this. Like, it's in the last few minutes.
No. Well,
But they lose more than they win.
It's,
Wolfsburg
it's
there.
benefiting Barca at the moment.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean,
there was an elbow,
it's not,
but
it's not there is contact. It's not that Paredes is throwing the elbow.
it's just jumping like.
Paredes now seen the yellow. Tell me why. Tell me why. On that note, minute and a half has gone by, which I'm sure the referee's counting, and now we'll go to,
We hope
to
not.
98 and a half.
We hope not.
Well, to be fair, the referee is the one delaying things at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think
And
there was
also
any need
Wolfsburg, there
there.
was no need for them to enter in these kind of things.
I think she's hoping she'll check VAR or something, or...
Like for a red card, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Right, Wolfsburg trying to launch the attack, but Lucy Bronze comes across and wins the ball back for Barca. Plays it long. Can JC get there? Yes, she can. Here we go. JC, she's got Pina to her left. JC dribbles inside. Oh, she can get around.
Alexia!
But Alexia picks it up. Go, Alexia. Oh, tries to back heel it. Alexia fighting for it inside the box. Wolfsburg are going to clear. Collision on the edge of the box. I think it's Padri who's gone down in a heap. Barca need to get back if Wolfsburg don't stop this. Good recovery there from Barca, and Chernogocevic is going to put the ball out of play.
Gacy wanted the goal there because he had the clear pass before.
And the scorer of 2 for Barca, Patri Guijarro, has gone down.
Oof, that looked a little bit awkward, you know. I think she hyperextended her leg.
So it's Patri going in for the shot, and it's like a shot on
I think
clearance.
it was the original plant, though. It looked like she hyperextended her knee.
Yeah, but luckily she was not touching the knee. She was touching here in the ischios.
And Pop is down as well.
There's no love lost between them two, is there?
No. In the first half, it was more with Mappy. Now it's with the.
She does like to throw herself about, though, Pop. I've played against her for years, and certainly came off the pitch with a few extra bruises, thanks to her.
Right. Patri is limping off. The good thing for Barcelona is that not much football has been played in this added time.
There was
To be
still
fair,
1 minute to play.
it's the only stoppage we've seen all game. It's like being crazy from end to end all game, and this is.
And it's not necessarily anything that Barca's doing.
No.
I mean, now Patri obviously has gone down and has had to
I think
receive
it's
medical
tired
attention.
tired players, late tackles.
And frustration on the Wolfsburg side.
Yeah.
Bronze launches it forward. Wolfsburg recover. I don't think this is going to end in the 97th minute. I think we might even go through to 100. Baños boots it out. Moments of tension on the Barca bench. They can't wait for that final whistle.
I can't wait either.
And it's such a different situation to what it was 2 years ago. But well, let's not get too far ahead. Baños comes out, secures the ball. Right, we're going to hit that 7-minute mark. I think the referee's going to give at least 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Because of the Paredes Pop incident, then the Patri injury. Good thing is, at the moment, Barca are managing to stave off any possibility of a Wolfsburg attack. Foul by Gese. I think Pina thought that was the final whistle there. Right. Bronze is going to play it long. This could be the final opportunity for Wolfsburg. Long ball goes forward. Bronze heads it away. Wolfsburg trying to keep it alive. Jons looking it inside the box. And again, the clearance by Lucy Bronze. Throw in on the right-hand side. 1 extra minute has been played already of the 7 of stoppage time that the referee had given. Jones to give. Long cross inside. There was a shove on Padri.
Corner, no.
Is that a corner?
That was a foul.
That was a foul on Padri.
It definitely was a shove on her. I think it was pop again. It was blatant as well.
Oh, corner kick. This, well, the keeper's come out. Franz has come out. In comes the corner.
No.
Header. Vamos. You saw that ball floating up. You can't quite see at what angle it's going. You don't know if it's going far from Paños or it's going straight into her hands for a second there. But the ball into the hands of Paños, and that's it. Vamos! Barça are the champions of Europe.
Yes.
Ecstasy on the sidelines, the coaching staff. The players hugging each other. Barça, for the second time in 3 years, are European champions. What a game, lads.
That was amazing. If you have to be in a final, you suffer, but if you have to be a final, make it epic as this team made. Like today, like in the press conference, Pop said, like, I don't think Barça is the best team in Europe because they lost against Lyon last final. So today they have shown, because not only they play better football, but they only knew how to come back.
Emma Byrne.
They totally deserved it.
Totally deserved, but at half-time, we never hesitated.
Not at all. I mean, I can't remember ever being worried. No, the thing is how they started that second half. And, you know, Barça are the best team in Europe. It just depends on if Barça wants to prove that or not. And the reason why Wolfsburg are so disappointed is because they went 2-0 up. But if you'd asked them, you know, 3-2, and you play well against Barça, you'd probably take it, to be quite honest. Nobody expected Wolfsburg to win here today, so they did really well. And I'm really happy for Barça because it wasn't an easy win for them, and they had to come back. They had to show resilience and character, something that they don't normally have to do. So it's something new.
And not only the win, I would say the season. Like, they have come through this without the Ballon d'Or. They have come through this with many injuries in the way, and they arrived here with only the injury of Oshoala, and they managed to do this and win this cup.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves with the analysis, because we've got a long post-game show coming, still on YouTube, still on Facebook, still on Barça TV Plus. We'll be coming with, I hope, many reactions from some happy players, some happy European champions, and of course we'll be listening to Jonathan Giraldez as well. I would say live chat. Keep the hearts coming, blue and red hearts, and applause emojis, because Barça are the European champions after a miraculous comeback, a fantastic comeback in the second half. You 2-0 down at half-time, guys. Post-game show coming in a second. And as we were saying, Barça are the European champions. Barça 3, Wolfsburg 2. At halftime, it was 2-0. Pajor and Pop had given Wolfsburg the lead, but in an incredible turn of events at the beginning of the second half, Patrick Carro scored 2, and all of a sudden, Barça were even. So then, Fridolina Rolfo to give the team the lead. We've been here live offering you commentary and reactions, and now it's time for the analysis. Emma Byrne, what a final.
What a great game. You know, as a neutral, you must be absolutely buzzing about this game. Look how happy the Barça players are. They had to work for it. I think it was just generally, you know, one of those things that tactically Giraldez changed, and you have to give credit to him, because at halftime they came out very, very different team, and it really worked for them, and Wolfsburg just couldn't cope with it.
Irati Vidal.
It has been a roller coaster, hasn't it, of emotions. Like, I think today was the proof that sometimes you lose, but you always learn. And this team has proven in the two finals they have lost. They always learn from that. And the comeback we have seen in the second half is the experience of last year against Lyon, and the experience of also this guy of Jonathan Giraldez, that has not only given the weapons that the team needed in the moment that they needed, but he also has converted players as Rolfo in the best in his position. So all the credit for the staff and for these players.
And we're seeing now on the international feed the joy of Jonathan Giraldes celebrating in front of the fans. That must have been some halftime speech with the effect it had on the first 5 minutes of the second half.
I think he was probably a bit angry, to be honest, judging how he was on the sideline. But I think he just recognised that we weren't connected in the midfield and to the strikers, and we needed to play a little bit higher. And he actually changed, basically, Patry go higher and Aitana drop deeper, which really worked, which meant Aitana could get on the ball from the back line and Patry could get in those shooting positions. And it really, really did work. And I think in the end, the best team won, and, you know, the best players came through for them. And I'm just very happy to see them win it because they really, really do deserve it.
Let's go from the beginning a little bit, and Spencer Siegel will be joining us in a second here in the studios. We thought that Barca had, especially in the first 35 minutes, maybe the final 10 minutes of the second half, especially after the second Wolfsburg goal, the team lost control a little bit. They completely controlled the game. There was barely any flaws in what Barca were doing. Maybe they needed to be a bit more clinical in the finishing, or look for maybe a few better options on the wings, but on the whole they dominated the game. They had the possession, they created the chances, and it was just a little blip, that goal, the first goal, the Peugeot goal.
Yeah, indeed. I remember we talked here after the first 1 minute or two, like, this is looking great. Barca started great. They were pressing high, they were having the possession, they were having the control of the game. There was a little mistake there by Lucy Bronze under the first goal came, but the team also reacted well to that, and I think somehow there was a little bit of a rise and solve mistakes in the last third, but in the end the team was patient enough to just keep rolling the ball, keep playing football, and finding the goals they find in the second half.
The second goal was kind of a blow, and it kind of shook Barca for that end of the first half. And you're Wolfsburg at half-time, you think, well, job done.
Well, this is why they're so upset, because they actually did think the job was done, and they're very, very upset. They're crying on the pitch. But realistically, Barca were the better team, and those two goals could have crushed them. They were mistakes, all mistakes. And actually, Wolfsburg are probably the worst team that Barca can play against, because they have two excellent centre forwards, and all they need is that split second, and they're very good on the counter-attack. And, you know, we all know that Barca love to keep the ball and they love getting forward. And the one thing about that is the same as the men's side. When they get higher up the pitch, they leave spaces behind them. And Wolfsburg are very good. In fact, it's probably the only thing they do is hit them on the counter-attack. And it's how they've got to the final.
We talked about it in pre-game, how both of these teams are the very best in Europe at forcing the turnover, forcing the mistake in the defensive area, recovering high, and then creating a quick opportunity from that. And that's what we saw in the Wolfsburg goals.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we saw today is two different styles just clashing there in the final in Eindhoven. I think Wolfsburg is the best team in Europe doing what they do, and Barca is the best team in Europe doing what they do. And in the end, the patience and the style of Barca won this battle. But as you said, yeah, that the pressing high is what gave Wolfsburg those two goals, because we didn't see more than that.
And then at halftime we discussed Barca need to look for their best player more. They need to look for Hansen more. And in those first 5 minutes, one assist, and then the second goal comes in her area. She is involved at the beginning of play. Then it's Aitana who produces the assist ultimately. And that's where Barca found the key to get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, then the focus went back on Caroline Graham Hansen, and then it was through the middle that Barca were finding all the joy. But I just think, you know, I don't even think this was a great performance from Barca. And you're talking about them winning the Champions League, being the best team in Europe, and still not performing to their
It's a
ability.
final performance. As we were saying before, sometimes...
But all season, I don't think they've played the best football. Like, it hasn't been the same as the season before. I think they've been very good, but not absolute, like, wow, incredible. So they still have that extra notch to do, and imagine when they do.
Well, imagine if they did, because they almost went unbeaten in the league. They ultimately win this, and right now on the stage waiting for the players to come and receive their medals, and then the trophy is a very happy President Laporta, who we saw before the game address the players before lunch and talking about things that have happened in this game. The most talented team sometimes is not the one that wins. You need team spirit, and that's what Barca had in the second half.
Yeah, I think we were talking here about dominance of Barca in Europe's football for the last 2-3 years, but today they have also shown that they also have this competitive gen, and that comeback only comes with that. It's not only the talent.
It's nice to see those Barca stripes there on the side of the trophy, isn't it? With we're going to see the delivery of the trophy.
And
I assume to Alexia?
Yeah, I mean, she's the captain.
She is the captain.
Yeah.
And she ended the game, so yeah, it is going to be Alexia first, obviously. Wolfsburg are going to get the consolation medals and the consolation trophy. I mean, hats off to them as well for the competition that they've had. We talked about it. They have a tough quarterfinals against PSG, have to go to extra time against Arsenal, compete well in the finals. I mean, hats off to them, and this Champions League history or recent history is being cruel to them, because they have been getting to finals in the last 10 years, just not winning them.
Yeah, I mean, this is the fourth final they've been in and haven't won. They've won two, 2013,
but that was
2014.
gone 10 years ago now, wasn't it?
2013 and 14,
yeah,
they
exactly.
won consecutively.
So
So yeah, they have been dropping off. They've come second in the league to Bayern Munich. They're definitely not going to win it yet next year either. So they have to go through the preliminary stages of the Champions League next year.
referees receiving their medals as well. Good thing that we didn't really have to talk about referees in this game.
No, we didn't, but there was a big talking point for Wolfsburg's second goal, and if they were going up to collect that trophy, I think we'd be talking about it a bit more. Because I do think Pop shoved Mappy, and she knew exactly what she was doing. It wasn't just one of those, you know, accidental things. She knew Mappy was marking her and going to follow her into the box. And I do think she pushed her a little bit. But luckily, we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, and we didn't get nearly enough replays of that. We got them at half-time, but not during the broadcast. I mean, I think we saw one. And
we didn't see the shove, definitely not. They were too busy showing the play after that, the goal.
Anyway, now Wolfsburg going up to get the consolation prize. And those Barca players cannot wait to go up there and lift the trophy.
I mean, because I think it has been a difficult season for Barca. Like we only see the happy faces and we only see the wins and everything, but with all the injuries they have had, and it has not been easy because, as she said, we haven't seen the best Barca. Like Barca was playing better games last year, but also because you had all the players without injury. So I think they struggle a lot to get this, and since they lost the final against Lyon last year, they were already thinking about this one.
I was just going to bring that up. This one has to feel a lot sweeter now.
Oh, absolutely. Like I said it before, you're 2-0 down. You could see the whole, it was nearly like a little bit gone dead towards the second half. That's what I was worried about.
The 2-0 down, and what Irati mentioned, the inevitability of the feelings of, oh no, not this again.
Yeah.
Because we were in this situation last year.
Yeah, and also coming up against a German side who are usually so resilient and so hard to score against. That halftime talk had to be very, very strong. And, you know, but they always had confidence in their ability. They know they have the best players. It's just a case of making the right decisions. And they weren't doing that in the first half.
When's it time to talk about Jonathan Giraldez? Because credit to him as well. Comes in last season with the inheritance of a European champion, keeps the team competitive, gets them to a final last season, and that was a huge disappointment when that happened. And inevitably, you hear in the atmosphere questions, well, are they going to be able to do that? Is he capable? Well, he comes back this season, leads the team to the league title again, leads the team to a European title, and overcoming the hurdle of a 2-0 deficit at half-time, getting the team back into the game. We assume with a half-time speech that must have been
and making the right decisions, making the right moves, and making the right substitution when Geise entered there and everything. And I mean, we will always have to get the credit of Jonathan Giraldez converting Wolfsburg, which was a striker in Wolfsburg, into the best left back in Europe right now.
Look at him, a special moment for...
I think he learned a lot from last year. I think he had to grow up. He had no experience. He had a little bit of experience, but not enough coming into a European Championship winning team.
It's tough.
You can't. It's very difficult, and you can win it. It's a great achievement, but to win it again is way more difficult. And to keep that, maintain that win record, he's had to make some difficult decisions through the season as well in the team selection. So yeah, kudos to him. I think it's been a really difficult year. And I think he'll be enjoying his holidays after this because it's been a long year.
Much deserved holidays, and we know that next season the expectations will be just as high as this one. Will they be able to repeat will be the question. But let's focus on this moment right now as the players each individually get their medals. Irene Paredes, behind her is Laia Cudina, and behind her is Jana Fernandez. We're getting closer to the moment in which our captain Alexia Putellas is going to lift the trophy up in the air. The scorer of 2 today, Patri Guijarro, we'll talk about her in a second, now kissing the trophy. Some of the youngsters as well getting their medals. Ingrid Eindingen, Oshoala, who wasn't able to play today, and I think Barca missed her, especially in the first half. They missed that presence in the box. Jayce, who came on in the second half. Lucy Bronze made a mighty recovery to be able to be in this final, dealing with a knee injury. Mapi Leon, spectacular game that she's played, and the final one is Alexia Putellas. I'm sure very emotional, receiving the medal from Mr. Seferin, and now the trophy.
And how was Alexia to think right now after the long season she had, difficult season with the knee injury and everything, ended up like this?
Well, now here it goes, and it's the first time that she's doing this with the Champions League.
Yeah.
Here we go, Barca, the 2022-23 Champions League winners. There's the lifting of the trophy, and ecstasy in Eindhoven. The now 2-time European champions celebrate after a fantastic second half performance, coming back from that 2-0 deficit. As you can see on the screens, Barca 2-0 down at half-time, goals by Pajot and Pop. But they got it done in 5 minutes in the second half. And we talked about this before the game, and I think during as well. It must feel so sweet for them now to be able to, once they've done this, go in front of the fans and celebrate with them. Because in Gothenburg, they didn't get to do that.
Yeah, that's one of the things. Yeah, like, and I think what hurt it also a lot last year, it was that because it was the year that you do the world record of attendance in Camp Nou twice, and then you have all those fans in Turin, more than 15,000, and you cannot celebrate with them, and you end up in tears. And I think that's what Lucis also gave you, and having all the streets today, and it was crazy. So imagine the celebrating now with the fans.
Of course, now one of the classics, Queens, we are the champions, rocking in Eindhoven. Do you get used to this feeling, Emma, when you're lifting trophies?
No, definitely not the Champions League. That's something special. You can get used to lifting the league and cup things, but Champions League is a little bit special. And this song is only for this, so it gives you makes the hair stand up in the back of your neck.
And later on, once the players have celebrated as they deserve on the pitch, we'll be hearing reactions from them and Jonathan Giraldez on this post-game show. I'm sure there'll be lots of smiles. I'm sure there'll be champagne as well being thrown about.
Ratafia.
Ratafia as well, with Laia Cudina involved. And the players just enjoying this moment of being European champions. Completely different in terms of the having the fans there, but also in terms of the script of the game to what it was 2 years ago. Emma, you said you wanted this one to be a competitive one, and you got your wish.
Absolutely, I think it was a great thing that Wolfsburg scored first. The second goal threw me, I have to say, but it was just a great game to watch. I think the quality of football was absolutely excellent. It was really interesting for me to see how Barca reacted to this, because I can't remember them having to come back from a 2-0. Not even against Wolfsburg in Germany. They had won.
Well, they get so many big leads, don't they?
Yeah, they were going into that game 5-1 up, so they knew they were going to go through.
Against Real Sociedad, they came back.
Against Real Sociedad.
I remember
this
a
game,
Real Madrid game, I think, I'm probably thinking of 2 or 3 seasons ago in a Super Cup game. Alexia Putellas scores a late free kick to send it into overtime, I think. But
it started 1-0.
You're talking about...
We don't usually have to endure that, and to be honest, I think it's more difficult now with those big characters and them so used to winning. It's difficult for a team to change that mentality and to dig their way out of a hole. So I think this is just an extra special one, and they've just shown a side to them that not many people have seen before. Like, I've never seen them having to dig in and be completely unselfish and work as a team.
You mentioned how unusual it is for this team to have to dig themselves out of a hole. Well, results this season in the Champions League: 9-0 Benfica, 4-1 Rosengard, 3-0 against Bayern. Then they did lose that game against Bayern Munich, which proves our point. They didn't come back in that one. 6-2 away at Benfica, 6-0 against Rosengard. Then there's a 1-0 win in Rome, 5-1 at the Spotify Camp Nou, 1-0 win at Stamford Bridge, and then you take the lead against Chelsea, and they do equalise, but more or less you've got the game under control. You don't have to come back. This is, I'd say, a unique situation this season.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least in the Champions League. I remember that one, it was in league in the Johan Cruyff Arena against Real Sociedad with the late goals. I think it was Lucy Bronze who scored almost in the last minute to give the win to Barça, but this is unusual, and I think it gives even more credit, because I think the teams that Barça is facing in Liga F, they are way different to this kind of teams, and that gives even more credit to this team.
Mobiles out, the selfies start coming into play here. Alexia Putellas, I think, might take that trophy to bed today. She's not going to let go of it, and they're going to go to the Blaugrana corner right now to celebrate with the fans. Fantastic moments on the pitch.
Rosalia sounding in Eindhoven.
Yeah, and I would say we might have to wait a little while for reactions here. I don't think they're going to be in a hurry to leave that pitch.
No, and rightly so. There's nothing worse than celebrating with your team and getting dragged off to give an interview that everybody knows what you're going to say. And they're going to want to celebrate. And you can see someone there trying to drag them off, but they're like, no, we're celebrating.
The good thing for us is that those players have built a very good relationship with our reporter from Barça TV, Carla Garcia. So I'm sure they're going to want to involve her a little bit in those celebrations. So hopefully we'll get footage of that. We've also got Jamie there trying to get some reactions. We'll hear from Jonathan Giraldez in the press conference as well. But right now the players are savouring this moment on the pitch. The trophy is in hands of Marta Torrejón and Patri Jarro. For example, Marta Torrejón, obviously this season with the arrival of Lucy Bronze, hasn't had as much playing time, but there she is, leading by example, the first to celebrate. It's just lovely to see. Leia Pavina and Claudia Pina. Spencer, you can come and join us. This is not a serious show in which we need to hide the fact that you've just arrived.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you still have a voice. Good.
Somehow. I don't know how.
I mean, what a roller coaster of a game, right?
Wow. That's unbelievable. I was calling the game and I almost lost the words. The only thing I could do in the 73rd minute was just scream "Rolfo" at the top of my lungs.
Well, I mean, that was, as we were saying before, quite the turn of events at the beginning of the second half. You're 2-0 down at half-time, as Emma pointed out, against a German side. They have a reputation of being solid, being strong, being able to defend that kind of leads. They had situations in the Champions League where they'd fought to get to overtime and shown resilience as well. And you just think, wow, this is going to be the script of last year all over again. But
that's what we were saying.
Yeah.
That's what Jamie and I were saying. Yeah. Is this Lyon again? I don't know what you guys were talking about in here, but at halftime, right before halftime, we were expecting them to make changes. And it's almost instinctual, right? You go down 2-0 and you're thinking something's got to change. But you have to give credit to Jonathan Giraldo because his change was that he didn't change anything. And the fact that they were down 2-0, you're thinking, man, we deserve more. And then they score 2 goals in the first 5 minutes of the second half just tells you everything you need to know about this team, their resilience, their belief in each other. And here they are lifting a trophy.
And here they are taking a team picture with the fans behind and singing Sweet Caroline, which I'm sure brings back great memories for the likes of Lucy Bronze and Kira Walsh from what they experienced last summer with the English national team. Celebrations ongoing at the pitch in Eindhoven. President Laporta down on the pitch as well. He's one to enjoy a celebration.
He's the first one.
He's the first one in there. And Caroline Graham Hansen now lifting the trophy.
And we are giving the credit and we say the team deserves and everything, but I think Barca fans also deserves it because they have changed everything around Europe. Like there's no team that's followed as much as Barca it is, how they feel the Spotify Camp Nou that many times. All the records have Barca involved in there and how they were feeling all the buses and planes and how you saw today Eindhoven. Also great for them.
And I'm sure that some of the fans who were there today in Eindhoven were there last year at the Heartbreak in Turin, so this one is definitely for them. And we saw in pre-game as well how it's not just fans travelling from Barcelona. There were fans in there came over from England because they wanted to see Lucy Bronze and Kira Walsh and support them. There was some Barca fans from Germany as well going to Eindhoven, so it's not just grown here, the support hasn't just grown here, it's a global thing, and it needs to continue growing because this is beautiful to watch. It was a spectacular game. I mean, in terms of the excitement, you could have scripted it better.
They play such nice football. It's the same with the men's side. People around the world just love football, and they love good football, and the women's side do that. Sometimes they play absolutely exquisite football.
But you mentioned this before the game. For the women's game, you want this to be a 3-2 right now. You don't want it to be the Chelsea final. As a Barca fan, it was fantastic to win that final 4-0, but that final was over in 25 minutes.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, what are we doing for the next 65 minutes here? Today, it was a fantastic game of football.
There was agony, there was doubt, and then all of a sudden there was belief, and then there was joy. I mean, the fact that we went from one extreme to the other in a matter of maybe 30 real minutes was hard on your heart. Like, that was tough to go through.
It's all you want in a football game, and in a final, especially in a final when so much is at stake. The players now singing the Un Día de Partido. Can we have the ambiente, the atmosphere? Say hi, Jordi. Well, no, we've got the music as well. We've got too much going on. The positive comments from the fans keep coming as well. And the players dancing to the tune of Un Día de Partido. In the final, it was, as we were saying right now, just simply fantastic. And it only took Wolfsburg 3 minutes to score. I remember saying right before the goal, Barca looked pretty comfortable here, and
it only took them 4 minutes to concede 2 goals.
Yeah.
And in the first game that they played, in that 5-1 victory for Barca, it was the exact same. Very, very similar. Just Barca catching them, Wolfsburg a little bit asleep, just not prepared for it. And yeah, just it's the only way Barca could have started.
It was. I remember reading a comment at half-time saying we need to score a goal within 5 or 10 minutes to make the comeback. And you think, okay, well, that's the ideal way if you're like writing down ways to come back in a football game after half-time. Okay, score early, definitely. That's definitely what you want to do. But sometimes it doesn't happen, and you have to like keep going till. And Barca just came out with an energy that was spectacular. I do keep wondering what was said in that dressing room at halftime. Like, apart from Jonathan Giraldez, I'm sure that someone else spoke up. And
you could see them all talking in the tunnel. They were carrying on that conversation.
Talk, yeah.
And sometimes that is what it needs. The players to talk within, to each other and sort out the problems, because as much as the manager sees something, yes, Patry, we're going to push you up. Aitana, you're going to drop back with Kira. But Patry might be like, yeah, that's fine for me. And then in the tunnel go, but Aitana, I want you to play a little bit closer to me. Like they will have that chat.
How much of that, though, also after the first half that they had, where they got themselves into some great positions, is Giraldez and everybody else saying, let's stay calm and do what we know how to do because we're there, we just need to finish.
There was a couple of instances in the first half. There was the Caroline Graham-Hansen almost on the line and couldn't get it in.
We had loads of chances, but I do think it was tweaked at half-time, especially with Mariona coming out to the left. That was a key moment. She couldn't play number 9. It's not her position, and it wasn't working. And putting Salma in there as well helped a little bit. But I also think pushing Patry higher and keeping Aitana lower, it means you're not creating traffic in that area. You're keeping players out of that number 10 position, and just allowing Patry to go in there was a massive thing as well. There was a couple of, just the slight little tweaks really made a difference.
The 2 Patry goals too. I mean, back to back. And Jamie and I are both on the call, and Jamie and I both have wonderful wives/girlfriends who are both named Patry, and so it was a Patry party today.
But I think during the game we talked like how Caroline Graham-Hansen never appears on the prizes, and he's never nominated awards and anything. Guijarro also, like, they have to give credit. She's one of the best ones in the world in her position, and today she has proven that.
Well, I was thinking, when is the moment to talk about Patry Guijarro? And we did talk a little bit about it at the beginning of the second half when this happened. There she is. It feels like the right moment now because you've just brought it up. 2 goals at the beginning of the second half. She's not known for goal scoring. I mean, she does score every now and again. But first, talk about her in this game. Just the impact that she had, especially in the second half. There was a moment, Emma, there, you said, she's everywhere.
I mean, I think Patry is one of the best midfielders in the world. I've said it for a long time. I thought she was going to be the first Spanish player to win the Ballon d'Or. She's just excellent. She's brilliant, and she's such a nice girl to go with it. But for me, it's just really unfortunate. I don't think she's going to get to play in the World Cup this summer. I think there's going to be a problem, and I think we're the ones missing out on that because we're not going to see the best players.
It's very unfortunate.
We need to see her in the World Cup because that's when you see the best be the best. Yeah. And Patry, I'm so happy for her because she has proven today, before today, but today when everyone's watching, that she is the best. And I want to see her do it on a world level because unfortunately a lot of players don't get the credit they deserve unless they're playing in World Cups. So I want to see her playing in Australia.
And Patry is one of those players in which the live experience is better than watching it on television. Because if you're at the stadium and you think, okay, now for the next 10 minutes, I'm just going to watch Patry, which is what I did at last season's Champions League games. I did it this season as well, but last season.
Player cam.
Everyone, it's almost like it's mesmerising because every touch is crisp, and she does the simple things so well. And credit to her, of course, because we talked about this before as well. She's not playing in her natural position this season.
What's worse is it's so hard to shine in this team. You've got excellent players. We all talk about Aitana. Aitana is a brilliant player because she makes those runs, she scores goals, she's very lively. Patry does the dirty work and doesn't get enough credit for it, but then she'll pop up with a banger of a goal because she only scores bangers, and then she'll start getting the credit. But actually, this team can't work without Patry. She's that important for this team.
And Patry in the second half, especially in those 5 minutes, became the Aitana. She was doing what you'd expect Aitana to do, get inside the box and finish opportunities.
And I would almost make the argument that last year Aitana was in Patry's role in terms of being in Alexia's shadow, where we didn't appreciate Aitana as much because Alexia is doing amazing things. This year Aitana bursts onto the scene because the midfield has to be it's got to be reinvented essentially without Alexia there. And Patri gets a new role, and now we're starting to appreciate that just as much. So
That's what I mean. It's so difficult for midfielders to shine in there. But the thing about Patri is she doesn't mind if she's not in the limelight. It doesn't. It really doesn't bother her. She just wants to play football. She wants to enjoy it. And that's why I'm really, really happy for her.
And we can't offer the fans highlights at this moment. There will be highlights coming up on YouTube and Barça TV+. But we're seeing the first Patri goal. It's good hustle by Aitana. Patri feeds the ball out to Graham Hansen, who does great in the right wing there. But Patri follows through. And she doesn't settle and staying on the edge of the box. No, she goes all the way through, expecting the Caroline Graham Hansen cross. There she is, lurking around, sees the opening, and it's a quality finish as well.
And what we said before about Jonathan Giraldes and that movement, putting Salma Parayuelo there inside the box. In both goals of Patri Guijarro, there's a defender just having an eye on Salma Parayuelo and forgetting about Patri Guijarro that comes through the second line. And that also generates the superiority there of Barça.
Yeah, if you look at Salma's run there, first of all, she goes to run to the front post, then checks. The defender's trying to go with her. She's really struggling and just opens up that space for Patrick. You have to say it's poor defending from Wolfsburg, but excellent movement there from Salma, who's making it to the back post just to create that space.
And obviously an excellent move there by
It's a great finish as well. That's not easy, falling to her left foot.
But she goes after players without any fear of what's going to happen if she loses the ball, Graham Hansen. She's always attacking. And I thought everybody today was attacking in the sense that even if they lost the ball, they had the confidence, especially in the second half, that they were going to win it back. In many moments, Wolfsburg's high press was causing Barça a problem, but then if they got past that initial run, they were then free and clear to go towards goal.
I've seen several replays of that Patri Guijarro goal. I'm interested to see the second one as well, because it's a great delivery by Aitana Bonmatí. Both goals came from that right flank, which we said before, Spence, we felt that Barca were not using enough in the first half. Things were happening more down the left, and Caroline Graham Hansen was almost underused.
Yeah, it's tough with this team because you do have so many weapons, and so you've got to figure out who's got, I guess what you would say is the hot hand. Who's the one that's facilitating to create the best chances? And Graham Hansen's always going to do that. And there was, I think, Emma, as you were saying, a little bit of a doubt as to what to do with the left side and the middle because there's no Oshoala. And there were several crosses, especially in the first half, where we were saying on the broadcast, Oshoala would have been there.
Yeah.
And nobody was there in that moment.
That front post run, basically. Yeah. I mean,
you found that with the crosses from Rolfo, from Hansen as well.
And we think that's what Giraldes was going mad about on the sideline, is that front post run. You always, when in shooting practice, it's always about get across the keeper, and it's an easy job to do, and nobody was doing it because nobody has that number 9 mentality. Right. And they worked it out in the end, in the second half. But, I mean, I just thought it was great mentality for them to come back 2-0 down against a Wolfsburg who looked like they were controlling the game, who tried to control even more by going down injured and trying to slow it down, as every team does. But Barça were having none of that. It's just like as if they went into another gear and was like, right, enough of this. It's time to get this over with.
And the one that we're seeing now, as I say, unfortunately we can't show the fans the highlights, is the second goal, which came just a couple of minutes later, and the delivery by Aitana Bonmatí with her left foot, which is a weaker foot, is absolutely beautiful. Hustle by Hansen.
It all comes from the pressure.
It all comes from the good pressure, and we've talked about it, I mean, several times today, how Barca are just so good at this, forcing mistakes and creating opportunities of it. And those 2 goals come from that. Recovering the ball in the final third, never giving up, and then finding the free player. there it is.
But I think when you recover the ball in that position, it gives you more than when you are just having a static football, because you move the ball, but then the defenders are there. But when you just recovering the ball in that last meters is when you can create the real danger.
And I remember in the first half, Emma, you mentioning towards the end of it, saying there's just too much space between the Barca players. They should be pressing up higher and a little bit more together. And that's what halftime allowed them to do, get together again.
Yeah, it's very hard to see that on the pitch because you're so focused on your own job. But we can see it watching on the TV that the spaces were too big, and that's not the style Barca play. They hunt in packs and they play in packs, and they weren't doing that. And as you just said, second half was completely different. But Patry, that's twice Patry found herself in those positions unmarked, and Huth was the one that left her unmarked. So if she watches that back, she might get in trouble.
Well, you've just got so much to focus on, haven't you, with the Barca attack? Talking about Wolfsburg a little bit, obviously there's the 2 goals. Other than that, we didn't really have to talk about their main players all that much. Barca did a spectacular job.
No, their whole focus was stopping Barca. Yeah. So they had Pajor and they had Jonsdottir coming back to fullbacks, making it a 5 nearly. And it's because they didn't want to allow Barca that space to play. That was their whole plan. And then maybe we can catch them on the counter. So the first half was picture perfect for them. And I'm sure they went in a halftime surprised.
You just love seeing the reaction of the fans in the celebration of that equaliser by Patry Guijarros, just leaping out of their seats. It's, as I say, a fantastic left-footed cross by Aitana Bonmatí. Patry doesn't give up on the play, goes determined into the edge of the small box and equalises and gives Barca all the momentum back.
We watched that replay 4 or 5 times as soon as the goal was scored, and it wasn't until the 4th or 5th time that we had realized that it clicked off of her shoulder. And I think that's because nobody cared. I mean, the ball went in, it didn't matter what part of her body it came off of.
Right, we have our colleague Jamie Coles in the press area at the stadium in Eindhoven. Jamie, what a roller coaster of a game. What are the emotions there right now?
He can't speak. He's speechless.
Relief, I think, Robert. I think relief is the biggest emotion. It's been just a roller coaster ride. 2 goals down, and just going in at the break. We were on the touchline, on the sidelines behind the goal, and we just looked at each other, and my cameraman and I, and we were like, "This can't be happening again. It really can't." And well, they came out 5 minutes out of the break, and it was already level again. It was already 2-2, and just a wash of emotions. And when that third one went in, just that relief almost of like, oh, we've done it, we're ahead at last. And it was a long 70 minutes to get ahead. And then I have to say, going into extra time and in injury time, 7 long minutes of stoppage time as well. It was just, the nerves were just incredible. But now it's over, seeing them lifting the trophy, the celebrations here were just incredible. The fans were just so loud. The Barca fans outnumbering the Wolfsburg fans by quite a lot in the end, it would seem. Relief, joy, happiness, and hopefully a short moment's time we'll be able to speak to some of the players and get their reactions as well.
I was going to say, Jamie, and I do realise we have a little bit of a delay issue here with my voice getting to Jamie, but so what's the level of activity now where you are? I mean, I'd say we're quite likely to get lots of happy reactions.
I would imagine so. You'd hope so, right? In a worst case scenario, I'll ask some of our colleagues here from Barca TV, because they're absolutely overjoyed as well to be here accompanying the team that have won this massive trophy on the European stage. You're right, there is a bit of a delay, but hey, we're here living it together. But no, we're excited to see the players and hear from them exactly about the experience, because it was just such a roller coaster ride. I thought it was all over at halftime, I have to admit. And so I'm going to ask them why they made us suffer so much.
Well, yes, and we do want to know, Jamie, as well, what was said at that half-time by Jonathan Giraldez. That's the interesting question.
Players with one of those things that will probably go down in the history books, like salir and disfrutar, because it was, I don't know, they were a different side coming out, and Spencer and I talked about it during the match, that in the penalty area they were just almost like questioning themselves. There was a lack of decision, and then in the second half they just came out firing on all cylinders, and Patry put 2 away as if it were nothing, and as if 45 minutes of suffering hadn't been and gone. So whatever he told them at half-time, I'd like to know quite as well, and if I get a chance, I'll ask him.
Right, thank you, Jamie. We'll come back to you whenever there's players or coaches available. We'll see if they make their way towards the press area. Some of them still on the pitch, I imagine, celebrating, letting these moments sink in. It's one of those days in which you never want to leave the pitch, Emma.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to soak it up, because it's, let me tell you, it's over in a second.
Yeah.
And you want to live in that moment, seeing all the fans with the colours, and you know, just soak it up, basically. I remember when we used to win FA Cups and stuff, I'd celebrate, but then I'd go in straight away because my family would be there and I'd want to get to my family. And I'd be like, why are you still out there? Let's go. We're getting on the bus. Come on, let's go. And I realised after 4 or 5 years, I was like, I'm going to stay out and I'm going to enjoy the moment. And that's exactly what they're doing, because they'll wake up tomorrow morning and they'll never be able to relive this and celebrate like this again.
You never know. You hear this from veteran players sometimes. I'm thinking of different sports, but sometimes you get to a final when you're very young. Let's say you're 21, 22, you get to a final and maybe you lose it or maybe you win it, but then you don't really enjoy the celebration as much as you should, because you either go straight to the dressing room or whatever. And in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, I'll be back here again someday, and then I'll do it another way. And you never know when you'll be back.
It's athletes, isn't it? You're always thinking about the next thing. So when you've won that, okay, and tomorrow I have this to do. So you're constantly thinking, but actually there are times where you just have to stop still and enjoy the moment.
And I think the fact that they lost last year also gave the opportunity to them to enjoy even more today, because they know, like, okay, I might come back to this final, but am I going to win it again? It's like so special to win the Champions League. It's you becoming the best team in Europe.
You never know when, or you never know if you'll be back.
Yeah, and that's why you have to appreciate these moments when they come. And I personally, I'd like to sit here and appreciate this for as long as we possibly can. And unfortunately, it's such a big day for Barça in general that I'm not even going to get to do that, because in what time is it? It's maybe 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
No, it's 6:45.
Okay, in about 2 hours, we got the Barça Athletic semi-final against Real Madrid.
And we have a futsal game that you'll be able to see on Barça TV Plus at 7 o'clock as well. I'm being told, look, they were watching the game there in the dressing room, and there it is. The players obviously getting ready for their game. They're playing against Movistar Inter, as I say, a game that you'll be able to see on Barça TV Plus, but also keeping an eye on what was happening in that European final. There's Miguel Fishers watching the game. So everyone with their eyes on it. We heard Xavi Hernandez today in the press conference as well, saying, no, 4 o'clock, all our eyes are focused on that.
Absolutely.
And Xavi says he has a good relationship with Jonathan Giraldez. They often send each other text messages, so I'm sure that Xavi Hernandez will be very happy right now.
Xavi Hernandez, when he came here, he said our guide is the women's team. We want to play how they play, and that's our guide. And I think that's what is special of this team, because they play the football we used to see with Barça Guardiola, with Johan Cruyff and everything, and they play that football.
And he said that today again in his press conference. He was asked a lot about this. He said, when I came in and now, the women's team, they're the ones setting the standard in terms of staying competitive week in, week out, not getting tired of winning, not just mailing in games. And the spirit of competition that they showed today, for example, that's also an example to go by. Overcoming the odds and overcoming complicated situations. So this team, club-wide are setting an example.
Absolutely, and we spoke about being brave in the first half, didn't we? About being 2-0 down and still wanting to get on the ball and still wanting to play out. And then they come out in the second half and just showed exactly just how brave they were, because they just pounced on it. It's so easy for a team to come out 2-0 down and come out and be a little bit afraid and the game plan goes out the window. That's so easy. So the character they've shown to come out here and totally dominate the second half, and probably could have gone on to score another 2 goals, to be quite honest, shows a lot, because it wasn't working for them in the second half. And I just think it just adds another bow. You know, it's something else they can say they've done, the challenges that they've overcome. Last year was losing. They learnt a lot from that. This year was losing, then winning again in one game.
There's so much of a mental aspect involved in this game, because we think of when they were coming into it, it must have been in their minds what happened last year. And you didn't see a sense of, there was a sense of urgency in that Barca were playing well and trying to get the job done early, but there wasn't anxiety, or at least it didn't transpire through.
I don't think it was as much in their minds when they started the game or before the game as it was once they went down 2-0, and then you start thinking, here we go again. But it was also unjust. They had 16 shots in the first half to Wolfsburg's 3, and the score was 2-0 at halftime. And then the first 3 shots of the second half, and Barça have 2 goals. So I think it's just a matter of staying the course sometimes and realizing that you're really good at what you do.
And I think that mentality comes because I really feel that the history of this team is built in defeats. Like, it's built that the first final of Champions League came too early, and they were defeated by Lyon in a cruel way. They learned from that. They wanted to push, to work harder. Of that defeat against Wolfsburg in semi-finals that we were talking here, all defeat of last year, they have learned all of that defeats, and I think that's why they are so stubborn and they have this mentality.
I'm going to throw an NBA reference to you, Spence, because Zidati was saying that right now about the timeline. I'm going to go the parallels with the Golden State Warriors, because they start to get good and they start to advance rounds, and then they fall. Barca fell against Lyon in that first Champions League final. Then they win their first trophy. Then in the season when everything looks like it's flowers and candy everywhere, and in the case of the Warriors, they get that 73-9 record, and in terms of Barca, they get the records in attendances and everything is blown up.
Yeah.
Something checks them. It's like okay, no.
Either Lyon or LeBron, one or the other.
Lyon or LeBron, and then they switch. They flip a switch and they come back and they win again.
I think what you're hinting at is the natural cycle of greatness, in that you have to fall and get back up before ultimately you're back on top of the mountain. And who knows how long or how many times this is going to happen with this club, with this team. I hope it's many more times. But that's why you have to appreciate it when it happens, because you never know for how long it's going to last. And also understand and be empathetic to the trials, to the difficult times, like last year.
You were talking about you don't know how long it's going to last. This is a young team still.
Yeah, like I think you were talking before about experience and everything. For me, I grown up like seeing Barça Guardiola winning everything, and I had the feeling, okay, I'm a Barça fan. I will win the Champions League every year. Like, we are going to win everything, and I have learned with experience, like, that doesn't last forever. Like, you have to really enjoy it, and now I think I am really enjoying this team and enjoying it even more, because I know that this doesn't last forever. Like, it's football.
When you're on top, you never think you're going to lose again.
Think about the players. Are they going to keep all their players?
Yeah.
Maybe not. The players they bring in, they're definitely bringing players in. Are they going to fit in as well as?
When is it tougher to make decisions in terms of player movement or personnel? When you've lost, or when you win? I think it's harder when you win.
Yeah, because when you've lost, everybody wants to go back the next year and do it and get it back. But people be like, last year there were players who came with the intention of capturing glory. I'm looking at Irene Paredes as one. Right? For me, she's the main example. She came in Ingrid Engen. They want to win. They fail. Okay, let's get back at it the next year. And now they're here. And you're right. Now that they've done it, it's like, okay, we've done it. Now I want to go. Maybe someone says I want to go do it elsewhere.
We're still waiting for reactions to come from Eindhoven. What we haven't done yet is pick our player of the match. Have you submitted your votes?
I sure have.
Shall we go with yours first?
Sure.
Go for it, Spence. Who did you give 3 points, 2 points, 1 point to?
Well, if I went home tonight to Patri and didn't give 3 points to Patri, might be a rough night. No, she surely deserves it. 2 goals, 2 big goals, but also a lot of other little things in the midfield that we've been talking about. Rolfo scores the winner, and I thought she was also very dangerous on the wings when given the opportunity up that left-hand side. And then Caroline Graham-Hansen, her ability to dribble through players as opposed to around them is stunning to me, for the fact that she's not as big as any of the players that she takes on. She gets my 1 point.
Emma.
Well, not that I'm going home to a Patri, but I'm going to see Patri in a couple of weeks. So. Patri definitely. I thought she was excellent in midfield tonight. Her passing and obviously the goals. Mappy, who I thought was brilliant, really crucial to how Barca play as well. You need that person back there to mop up. And then, of course, I'm going to give it to Paños, because Paños made some really crucial saves and probably won't get credit for it because she's the goalkeeper, and I'm giving credit to the goalkeeper.
And you're the goalkeeper.
I'm in the union.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that you give a point to a goalkeeper. But no, in the second half, she made a couple of crucial saves when it was still 2-2. Great to her. Yep.
Absolutely.
Now I'm regretting not giving points to Rolfo. I just forgot. It was like just
It was a rush decision.
Yeah, and I'm going back to a Swedish now, so maybe not a good idea. I gave 3 points to Patty because I think we agree that she changed completely the game. She was there, and it was her big, well, not night because it was in the afternoon, but it was her big afternoon in the Champions League. I also thought on Mapi León, because there's like 2 crucial moments and crosses that she appears there in counterattacks of Wolfsburg. She was always correcting all the mistakes of everyone, and she was the rock you want over there to just stop Wolfsburg. And then 1 point to Geise, because I think she probably was expecting to start today as Oshoala was not there, and she took that anger and converted in a really good second half, and as soon as she appeared, she was involved in the first goal.
Well, I'm going to make the Patri thing unanimous. I'm going back to an empty apartment, and I never played in any position, so my vote is not influenced in any way. Patri Guijarro, simply outstanding, especially in the second half. As you said, Emma, before, she does the dirty work, and she does it so well. She does it with such finesse, and then on top of that, she gets into the box twice and finishes to get Barca back into the game and draw things level. And in the second half, she was literally everywhere. Aitana Bonmatí, first half, she was the one making the things happen. She was the one making the drives, feeding the ball out wide, trying to get on the end. She had a shot blocked once, which could have been a goal. And one of the players she was playing it wide to was Fridolina Rolfo, who I thought, especially in the first half, was excellent. Getting in deep, she was putting in those crosses that you mentioned, Spence. Were not meeting a finisher because of the absence of Oshoala, but still she was creating the opportunities, and she scored the third. She scored the one that put the icing on the cake for Barca. So those are my votes. It is unanimous.
I wonder.
It is unanimous that the player of the match, and I'm sure that Uefa agrees, is Patri Guijarro with 12 points, 4 for Mapi, 4 for Aitana.
Somebody's math is wrong, because I gave Rolfo 2 points. And somebody else gave Rolfo a point.
Well, I gave Rolfo 1 point.
Just saying.
Well,
doesn't matter. Patri's player of the match.
Patri's player of the match. And if you hadn't pointed it out, Spence, no one would have noticed. But anyway,
that's true. But you know, hey, we're nobody's perfect today.
We've covered more or less everything while we're still waiting for reactions. But I did just see a picture there of Alexia Putellas, and towards the end of the game, we mentioned it, how she will have wanted to play more. But time will put into perspective how special this all is. Going from the defeat in last year's final to the injury which kept her out for most of the season. She set herself the target of being in this final, and ultimately she played in the decisive minutes. Anything could have happened in those minutes. We could have gone to extra time. We were one goal away from extra time.
I love how you're trying to put little rose petals around. Listen, she would have wanted to play more for sure, but it doesn't really matter because knowing Alexia, it's just going to make her even more determined to be the best for the rest of the season, to be best for the next Champions League. And, you know, it's difficult because as much as you want to see Alexia on the pitch, you also don't want to see players being taken off. Aitana Patry didn't deserve to be taken off earlier. So, you know, again, I think it's a brave decision also by Geraldes, because I'm sure he was getting a little... Like you do the warm up in front of the manager when you want to come on, like just you're here, doing your stretches. I'm sure there was a little bit of that going on.
No, and you mentioned I was trying to put rose petals around it, but those were important minutes in terms of Geraldes making the decision to put her on there. You just need one minor thing to go wrong, like it happened in the 3rd minute.
I don't think the 7 minutes had come up, had they?
No, not yet.
So if he thought maybe a couple of minutes and then the 7 minutes came up, he's like, oh, okay, so 10 minutes.
Yeah. And it must have been such a hard progress, and just the sheer determination to get here.
It was only herself pushing herself to be here, because we have seen with all the players, like when they have the ACL, it's 1 year of injury. It's 1 year, and she came back earlier because she wanted to be here. She wants to be in the World Cup, and she's pushing herself to be the best in all the terms. And I think the staff made a great job. They're just stopping Alexia, because it hasn't to be easy to stop Alexia.
It's the only thing that can stop her. The medical staff.
Because I remember the second match she played. It was 20 minutes against Sevilla, and she ended up almost on tears, because she was not really playing in the 100%. She remembers herself, but it's normal. It's a difficult injury to come back. I experienced it myself, and it's not easy to come back from that. And I think it's also a credit to Jonathan Geraldes for swapping Alexia, because we want to enjoy Alexia a long time, so it was better. And also in the scenario the final was, with all the hard tackles and how Wolfsburg are physical and everything, I think it was magical that she could play and lift that trophy, and it's better like this.
I think what you said there is very important, though, because coming back from an ACL, if you can get back in the year, it's a great achievement. If you can get back to your previous self, it's a fantastic achievement, and not everybody does come back to their 100% self. So I just really hope that she does get there and get to that point. And again, like we were saying, it might take a little bit of time. And realistically, the World Cup is very much a target for her to be back at her 100% self.
Spence, you wanted to get a word in about Alexia, right?
Yeah, I marvel at what she's been able to do this season, just because she is who she is. I don't love the fact that there's a World Cup this summer for her, because I would have preferred, from a Barça perspective, that she takes the summer to recover fully and to train and get herself ready and into shape. She's going to be going out playing very intense games. But I do think...
And I'm not sure they were going to stop her as they do here.
No, exactly.
No, they definitely won't.
Exactly.
But, is she definitely going? Do we know that?
We don't know yet.
No, but I'm just speaking in general, not assuming that she's going to play, but if she does, that's my point. And for this game and the games leading up to this, I do think that the only thing stopping her from getting out there for 90 minutes was Jonathan Geraldes and the staff, who said, no. He could have started her. He could have said, you're fully fit, you're ready to go out there from the opening kickoff. But this team hadn't played that way this season. Alexia hadn't started a game. This team was built differently. They were built to play without her. They were ready for that. So I don't think it was a bad thing that he said, this whole season, even the last few games, when you're healthy, we're going to bring you off the bench. It's going to be more cosmetic and ceremonial than anything else. Not that she couldn't help the team win if they needed extra time, but it did feel ceremonial.
Well, we've talked about the final ad nauseum here. We're still waiting for reactions. I wanted to put this into a bit of a bigger perspective and talk about Barca's run in the Champions League this year, with all the games in the group stage being played at the Spotify Cup now after the success last season. A tough round in semis. Can we get the video back, the one that we showed in pre-game, and then we'll talk a little bit about this road to the final? Let's do that then.
Barca reignite their campaign to reclaim the Champions League title. Barca go 9-0, and this is nothing short of incredible. Mariona out on the wing, crosses it in, and Marta Tolajon pounces on it. Barcelona go 5-0 up, and this is becoming something of a runaway. Pina from distance. Oh my goodness gracious me. Claudia Pina defies all odds and expectations from way outside the area, and Barca now are scoring for absolute fun. Barcelona round out the group phase with 29 goals. Because now she's got it on her left foot and she buries it. Salma Pariuelo knows what to do with the ball at the top of the box. She's scored, Barca lead, and they're off and running in the quarterfinals. Falls for Rolfo, who opens the scoring at the Camp Nou.
What a strike from Rolfo on her right foot. Absolutely nothing that the goalkeeper could do.
Oh, look out, Mapi Leon! What kind of space do you need to cover when you shoot from out there? Mapi Leon with a wonder strike.
What is she? 25 yards out? Absolutely. What a goal.
What a sight and what a game we have in store. From London, Stamford Bridge, it's a matchup in the semi-final of the Champions League. Barca on the attack as we're expecting to see it. Graham Hansen with an arm shaker 3 minutes in. How about that for a start?
Unbelievable from Caroline Graham Hansen.
And that is full time at the Spotify Camp Nou. Barca go through to the final in Eindhoven.
Well, one of the voices you could hear in that video of the road to the final is Jamie Coles. He's in Eindhoven. Jamie, I hear you're in good company, not with a player, but with an important protagonist of this game.
A very important protagonist indeed. Yeah, I don't think this is the match ball, but it was exactly the kind of ball that was being kicked around for, was it 98 minutes in the end on the pitch here in Eindhoven, and it says right here, I don't know if you can see it there, Eindhoven final 2023, and yeah, I'll be bringing this home for Barca Studios, and what a roller coaster of emotions we've lived. We're waiting to hear from some of the players and perhaps coaching staff as well to hear all about the roller coaster of emotions that they've lived as well, and hopefully get some answers as to why they made us suffer so much.
Well, they did make us suffer indeed. What is the situation there, Jamie? Are they still on the pitch? Have they headed into the dressing rooms? Where's the party situation happening at the moment?
Well, we've had to leave the pitch area to come here to the mixed zone, as it's known, the press area. But my understanding is that they have gone into the dressing rooms. Some of the Wolfsburg players have come through. And yeah, I'd imagine the celebrations are ongoing. But we'll hear from some of the players soon enough.
Okay, Jamie, let's hope that we get some reactions soon. We want to see those smiling faces and a little bit of their testimony of what happened today in Eindhoven. Let's go back to that road to the final. Spence, yours was another of the voices that was in that video. Just a special run in this Champions League. Lots of goals, the highest scoring team, 37 goals in total. You have to add, well, that's 40 now with the 3 ones today. A tough semi against Chelsea, a great performance against Roma at Camp Nou.
Yeah, and it's almost reversed from last year in the road to the final, where last year, leading up to the final, they didn't suffer at all. They played group stage games where it was never close. They got through Real Madrid in the quarterfinal and put a beating on them at the Camp Nou. They did the same to Wolfsburg. It was a second leg semi-final against Wolfsburg last year that had no drama to it because the tie was already decided. And then they lost in the final. And this year, they did have to struggle a couple of times. In the group stage, they lost to Bayern Munich.
The German champions.
Yeah.
And then in the first leg of the semifinal, or the quarterfinal rather, against Roma, it was only 1-0. It wasn't a done deal. Now they got the job done in the second leg in the Spotify Camp Nou. And then in the semifinal against Chelsea, they struggled in both games. And it was never more than a 2-goal aggregate advantage, which then became 1 goal, and they had to see it out to the end.
But that's also part of how women's football is growing. I think we got to use that this team has to win 5-0 all the games. And come on, this is football. I think what we said, like, okay, they have struggled this season. They lost 1 game against Bayern Munich. That's normally in any team that wins the Champions League in men's and in everything that happened. I think Barça set up a bar and is pushing that bar up, and all the rest of the teams are pushing also and also improving their level. And that's what we are seeing. That it's not going to be easy. They are not going to win 5-0 all the games.
No, exactly. I was going to bring up this point. Last season, we got used to the Spotify Camp Nou factor, meaning, okay, big win against Real Madrid, against Wolfsburg. Then there was Spotify Camp Nou this season as well. Also some impressive wins, 9-0 against Benfica. Then in the quarterfinals, there was the 5-1 against Roma. And Chelsea weren't rattled by that. It was a tough return game against Chelsea, that 1-1. They made it very uncomfortable for Barca. It wasn't a classic Barca performance, that one, and they did have to suffer through that.
Yeah, I mean, they did. You know, Chelsea have got some world-class players too, so once you have a world-class striker, it changes the game completely. Barca had to be careful of that. But I still believe that Barca, if they'd have gone into another gear, if they felt like going into another gear, they would have come out winners easier. I still looking at the games, and you're talking about small goal difference and etc. But I never felt like anyone was a real challenge. No. Yeah, even Chelsea, the 1-1, and I was talking to Emma Hayes after the game, and I was like, do you know, you did brilliant because you looked like you could challenge them. And she was like, yeah, well, at least we know like how we play against them the next time. For me, it was never really out of Barca's hands. I felt if they needed to score 3, they would have went and scored 3. But it is great. I don't like to see big score lines. I like teams to challenge, and other teams are challenging now because they're getting more physical, and also the tactical awareness is better from managers, because I think Wolfsburg did a great job tactically today.
And as you mentioned not liking to see those big score lines, and that's the challenge going forward with this competition as it continues to grow. The group stage now, we now have a group stage, which is great. Just what was it, 2 seasons ago? It didn't exist, but you do tend to see at the moment those big score lines because you're playing against countries, players from teams from smaller countries. That aren't as maybe developed or not as much
professional.
or not professional, or not as much money is put into them.
Exactly.
And that is the challenge, isn't it? As the competition continues to grow,
yeah.
That not just the games in the final stages are the competitive ones.
No, absolutely. But that is improving as well. Yeah. And it's the same with the men's competition in the group stages. There are some big score lines.
Some big scores, yes.
But no, it is improving. But you know, it's the same with the leagues. In all the leagues around the world, especially in Europe, you've got 2, maybe 3 challengers, and then there's a big drop-off, like in La Liga F especially.
Yeah.
And I think that's the biggest problem. And then once the FA, the federations, improve the league at home, then the Champions League will improve. And I think it starts at home, and I think that needs to be looked into.
Is it something as simple as the physicality for all of these teams? Is it? I know tactics is a big part of it. You said Wolfsburg were good today tactically, but is it as simple as if the players get in the weight room more, become bigger, stronger, and
or just the hours? I'd say it's the hours rather than what they do. It's having the training staff there for them, being able to do it professionally rather than combining it with other jobs, which there are other teams that are still doing it. And it's just being able to do it day in, day out, repetition.
I mean, you look at America.
It's giving them the same tools that the men's have had all the life, you know, and in terms of the first team, but also I think in the young categories, because this year I was able to put boys in the under 17 World Cup, and you see those talented little girls, and I remember like years ago, and we have here the example of Barça, that there's two champions, Alevi, that has won a men's league, and that's the difference when you give the girls the opportunity to grow in the same way that the men's were doing until now. You have the talent that we are experiencing, like Vicky Lopez, for example.
Well, we see that Tommy Stroot is in the press conference, so that means that after him, hopefully, Jonathan Giraldez will go in as well. We're still waiting for reactions from our players, and you can't blame them, really and truthfully, for celebrating and thinking, oh, we'll do press afterwards.
You would not have gotten an interview from me. I'm telling you that now. I'll be still in there celebrating, drinking the champagne, so I don't blame them.
I remember a couple of seasons ago that we finally got a press conference from then coach Luis Cortés and Aitana Bonmatí together, and then you got all the players running into the press room in Gothenburg. We had that special moment, so hopefully we'll get something similar in just a few minutes. We've expanded. Let's now regather and go back to the final and just how much value this has. Bouncing back from last season, and a game which it looked like everything was against you in the first half.
Yeah, Jamie said it at halftime. We said it, and we've said it a bunch of times here today too, that it felt like it was over at halftime. And not that it wasn't doable, but just that we've seen this movie before. Yeah. And they fought through it. Really good thing that they came out and got the early goals to not only get themselves back in the game, but keep Wolfsburg from being able to waste more time. Because once it was, they were wasting time. What's the second goal? Was 37. They were wasting time in the 40th minute. Like they were wasting time after the first goal in the third minute. Yeah. They were ready to see this thing out.
It was the ideal script for them. And for Barça, the key of this game, we've talked about it repeatedly, but I feel was not so much in the tactics as it was here.
Yeah. Well, you know, Barça, the players know how good they are. They know their jobs. They've been playing together for a very long time. It's drilled into them. It's Barça. It's in their blood. And most of their games is mental. It is a mental thing. And the one thing that they would have had to have been aware of is the counter-attacks. And those two players, Pajor and Pop. And that would have been drilled into them as well. Just be careful of the counter-attack, make sure we always have blah, blah, blah. And what they didn't expect is a mistake in the first few minutes. And it was a mistake that led to the first goal. And that's difficult to change because that might have changed their whole mentality of the game. And it's not about going forward and scoring as many as we can. Now they have to think about, and then conceding again. Like, it's just really impressive for me. I mean, there's not much else I can say about Barça that, you know, good. I've been singing their praises for a very long time.
There's the balance there, what you were just talking about. Okay, we're 1-0 down. Oh, no, now we're 2-0 down. Okay, but if we go 100% forward, there'll be opportunities behind. So it's a complicated balance, that one, when you've let in 2 goals, which have come in 2 quote-unquote isolated situations. You think, what else am I supposed to do?
Yeah, and I think they found that balance. Like after the 2 goals of Barça of Patrick Guijarro in the second half, there was like, you could have just rushed everything and to find the third one. And I think in that moment, the team was really clever and knew how to slow the things down and to don't create those spaces in the back, because they knew Wolfsburg main threat was the counterattack, and they knew how to balance all that to in the end find Rolfo's goal.
That was one thing they did, by the way, was they tried to build the momentum after the 2 goals and get a third one quickly. Once they realized that momentum was gone after a couple of minutes, they said, okay, let's get back to playing our game. And that's why the third goal, the time between the second and third goal was 20 minutes.
Well, we voted Patrick Guijarro player of the match. I said UEFA would probably agree. There it is. Tweet from the UEFA Women's Champions League account. Introducing your player of the match. Take a bow to Patrick Guijarro. Those 2 goals and a spectacular performance in midfield. And we talked before, I mentioned Caroline Graham-Hansen being probably the best player to never win an award. Patri Guijarro would be one of those. It's nice to see her win that because she I think you mentioned it before, she'll hardly ever get recognised either because it's not as shiny what she
She's up
does.
there. People do know of her, but they always talk about
It's like Sergio Busquets.
Yes.
People know of him.
Yeah.
They say he's a great player. He's never in the top 3 for Ballon d'Or.
No.
And I'd say Patri Guijarro is a similar case.
Even more, even stronger. They know of her, and whenever I'm speaking about Patri to coaches or whatever, yeah, she's a good player. And I'm like, no, she's brilliant. But when you're in this team, it's so hard to overshadow Aitana, Alexia. Then you've got the goal scorers, the wingers. It's really difficult. But I think now people watching this game today can actually see just how good she is. And she can be even better than that. Like if you watch her all season, you can just see how, she's so rated here at Barca and why.
I mean, Kira Walsh, when she came here, it's the first thing she said. Like, Patri Guijarro is one of the best of the world, but they never recognize her. And I think between midfielders, they know who's talented there. And she's always in the shadow as the same thing she said. Like, when you have Aitana, when you have Alexia, and you have Kira Walsh, and all those stars there in the midfield, it's normal you don't shine as always. But that's the same fact as Busquets. You miss Guijarro when he's not there, and that's the main value of her.
And Nirati just mentioned it is a conundrum when there's the Alexia injury, you bring in a player like Kira Walsh who plays in that position. Like, how's this going to work out? Turned out it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, when Kira Walsh got here, she was an example of a player who had a previous role at a previous team and needed to adjust not just to an entire new team, but a league, a system, everything that came with coming to Barça, a language. And now with her and Patri being able to play together in that sense, and Aitana taking on a new role as well, it's all a domino effect from Alexia.
No, exactly. And talking about Alexia, just one player that we haven't talked about yet, Alexia recovering from a knee injury to come into this final. You talked about it in the pre-game, Emma. There's one player who said to you there was never a doubt in my mind that she was playing this final in spite of that knee injury, and that's Lucy Bronze, who came here to deliver precisely this.
Yeah, absolutely. And she was on her crutches at the Chelsea game, and I looked at her. I knew she was struggling with her knee, but it's that type of thing that you either keep going in playing with pain or you get the operation, and I thought she was going to keep going. And then when I seen her on the crutches, I was like, oh, okay, is this for the World Cup? And she was like, no, this is for the Champions League. I'll be back for the Champions League.
Wonderful.
So she knew exactly what she was doing.
And to be honest, it's a tough start for her today because she's the one who gets dispossessed by Peugeot. And
it probably
then the goal
is
comes.
the cobwebs, to be honest. It's difficult to come into a Champions League final against a very strong German side and be as sharp as you were 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. So it was tough for her, but that woke her up a little bit because I thought she had a great game after that.
Exactly. I was going to say it was a tough start because she loses that ball and turns out to be a goal. She overcame it and had a great performance. Right, back to Eindhoven. Jamie Coles, are we anywhere near having some reactions here?
I hope so. We've had a few Wolfsburg players come through. The Barca team bus, the team coach, is just outside here, outside the press area. So we're just kind of waiting. I'd imagine celebrations are in full swing in that dressing room, and the last thing on their mind is coming and talking to us. But hopefully in a short while we'll be able to bring you something.
Okay, Jamie, I mean, I see that Tommy Stroot is in the press room. It's a long press conference. He is just about to leave now, so maybe Jonathan Giraldez will head into the press room now and we'll be able to leave you with that. But what is the plan, Jamie, from now until returning to Barcelona?
Yeah, so the plan, like you say, press conference. Hopefully the players will come through here and we'll see some. And then we're heading pretty much straight to the airport from the stadium. And then it's a 2.5-hour flight to Barcelona, which I'm sure will be quite a quick flight. Had flashbacks during the first half of the match to Turin, and that was a very, very long flight back to Barcelona from Turin. I imagine this one will just fly by. and then it's to the Ciudad Deportiva from the airport, and then, well, I imagine the celebrations will carry on.
An active night for the team. Right, Jamie, let us know if there are any reactions, or if we see Jonathan Giraldez head into the press room, then we'll do that. Let's see, is it now the moment? No, they're clearing it up. We'll see if our head coach heads in. It'll be interesting to see, because the thing that interests me the most is what happened in that dressing room at halftime. That is.
We're going to get an answer. I'm not sure of a whole lot right now, because all of these players could already be back in Barcelona. I'm not sure, but we're going to get an answer.
I just have to say I partied in Eindhoven. It's a good party out there.
Emma, you were on the flight 2 years ago, weren't you? That was quite a spectacular experience.
And it was an experience coming back. It was a party. It was a party coming back. We had a great time. And I can't remember much more, but all I know is we did enjoy ourselves a lot. And the party continued.
As I'm sure it will today.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
It's a Saturday night in Barcelona.
Do you want me to find out where they're going?
There's plenty to do. I mean, we have to work tomorrow. We have a magnificent Celta Barça that we're really looking forward to. Spend.
Yeah, I mean, we could show up. It's a 9 o'clock game.
Yeah, true. Also true. Yeah.
We can recover by then.
If you can find out for us, Emma, we'll drop by. Definitely. But yeah, they deserve it. They deserve it. It was a fantastic performance. It was a fantastic comeback as well. All you would want from a final. And Barça ultimately the European champions for the second time in 3 years. We were saying 4 finals in 5, and it doesn't look like this is anywhere near to stopping. I mean, you never know, obviously, but the fundamentals here are built.
I don't think, because also there's many youngsters like pushing hard. We saw today starting Salma Parayuelo with 19 years old. We have Jana Fernandez, Bruna, Vilamala. You have Vicky Lopez. You have the second team that just won the league in the second division, which is also crazy. So I don't think this is going to stop here. And we say like 4 finals in 5 years, and it's 2 Champions League in 3 years, which is also like outstanding stat.
Patri Guijarro is 25 years old. She's been with the club since 2015. She started when she was 16. This is, and she's not even in the prime of her career yet. And we see 16-year-olds at Barça sign, like Vicky Lopez, for example. She was 15 when they signed her. And there are so many other young talents, too, that aren't even close to their primes. Claudia Pina, you mentioned Salma, Jasa, like you could keep going. And to me, this run, though you never want to take it for granted, is certainly, it feels like it's not over. We'll see if that's something that over the next couple of years, as the Champions League continues to evolve, as you said, Irati, as the teams continue to get better around Barça, not just Barça themselves, that they'll be able to continue to compete at this high level and hopefully get us to more finals so we can have more exciting days like this.
Exactly, and we never know. I mean, what might come next season. The team, they're going to definitely work to keep improving this team. There'll be players who will arrive, players who will leave, but you feel like that there's a block here that's here for the long run. In the likes of Aitana Bonmatí, Patri Guijarro. And you've just signed young players like Salma Parayuelo as well. I mean, just got great players. Alexia's still in her prime as well. So, yeah, Barça, the European champions, and hopefully in here for the long run. As we continue to wait for reactions, we can see that the players have been addressing the UEFA Champions League media. Reactions from Kira Walsh, Caroline Graham-Hansen as well, Patri Guijarro, all smiles on their faces. Much deserved champions who are going to feel like they're on the top of the world today.
They are. I mean, I think in terms of football, they have been the last 2-3 years, but you got to win this title to show the world you are there in the top, and today I think they have proven more than ever.
We're seeing the view of the press room. We're waiting for Jonathan Giraldez to head in there, or some of the players.
We could role play. You could be Jonathan Giraldez if you want, and I can ask you. So, what did you say at halftime?
I'm not sure if I'd have been Jonathan Giraldez, what I would have said, because sometimes in those instances, correct me if I'm wrong here, Emma. Sometimes it's not even the coach who says the key thing. You need to deliver like 2 or 3 important points, and then it's the players who give the emotional speeches, right?
No, that's what we were talking about. The players in the tunnel before they came out, they were all having a very heated discussion, and I think it was Giraldez, because there was definite a slight tweak in formation. So I do think it was him. But in general, these players with this experience can usually problem solve themselves.
Right. Well, Emma, Irati, Spence, I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. I'm going to stay here to translate Jonathan Giraldez and Patrick Guijarro. It's been fantastic to celebrate this Champions League.
Congratulations
title
to everyone.
with you. Congratulations to all the Blaugranas. Emma, see you soon, hopefully.
See you for a pint.
Irati, yeah, exactly. Irati, soon as well, because you're not coming with us tomorrow? Yeah?
No, not tomorrow.
Spence, I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Right, we're leaving you guys with the press conference of Jonathan Giraldez and the MVP of this match, Patrick Guijarro. Thank you very much for watching.
Molt bona tarda a tots dos, felicitats per la Champions. Res, m'agradaria saber què és el que havies comentat a les jugadores al descans, perquè la reacció...
A question there about the speech at half-time.
Bona tarda i gràcies.
Good afternoon, thank you.
Bueno, jo crec que la primera part estaven jugant...
I think that in the first half we were playing good football, we were creating more opportunities, and in the way that we thought that we were supposed to create them. And those were 2 isolated situations in which they scored and made the result very unfair. We need to rectify some positions, especially Salma and Mariona, in order to receive in better conditions.
De pèrdua, ser una mica més agressiva.
We need to be more aggressive.
Bueno, crec que amb Salma i Aitana a la primera línia, no és que a la primera part fos...
Especially with Salma and Aitana in the first line there of attack.
Però bueno, sí que semblava que Jansen desplaçava amb certa facilitat.
We felt that Jansen was passing with a bit too much ease.
Hem estat molt bé i després el caràcter, la personalitat que han mostrat.
We showed character, we showed personality.
Has de donar la teva millor versió i avui les jugadores ho han donat.
You need to show your best version, and the players did that today.
Hola, Edurne Concejo de La Vanguardia. Patrick, enhorabuena por el MVP. Hablábamos esta semana pasada de que el equipo había madurado.
Congratulations for the MVP, Patrick. You talked about how, or this week, how the team never lets go, never gives up. The story today ended well.
En la segunda mitad, pero en la primera parecía que volvían, ¿no? Estos fantasmas.
And it felt like the ghosts from the past were coming back today.
Pensado en ese momento en el que os vais al descanso con un...
What did you feel at halftime? What was said at halftime?
¿Qué es lo que habéis hablado? ¿Qué es lo que pensabais en el campo?
Sí, justo lo hablamos y...
We talked about that.
Te digo una mentira y una verdad.
I'll say a lie and a truth.
Serias, que lo hemos empezado, pero bueno, al final...
We need to be more serious. We started serious, but...
Es complicado luego remontar.
It's complicated to overcome those situations.
Estaba haciendo ocasiones y que es verdad que...
But the team was creating opportunities.
Pero en el descanso, con los detalles que ha comentado yo,
They weren't going in.
todo el creérnoslo, la transmisión de
We needed to believe.
Lo que nos transmitíamos entre nosotras, pues es la verdad que te dije la otra de la madurez.
And the truth that I told you is that we needed to be more mature, trust each other,
Eso sí creo que lo hemos aprendido.
and not
Y bueno, claro,
let go.
del año pasado.
We learned that from last year. And that's the lesson.
Gentleman with the yellow microphone in the back, please.
Hola, Jonathan, enhorabuena.
Gracias.
Luis Flaquer del Carrusel Deportivo de la Cancha.
Congratulations.
¿Qué sentías al descanso con ese 0-2?
What did you feel at halftime with that 2-0 result? And what did you change? What were the keys of this final?
Bueno, primero de todo, me parecía injusto el resultado de la primera parte.
I thought that the result was unfair.
plan de partido.
We created opportunities. Our game plan was working well. It was an unusual error that led to that first goal. And then it's about how you react to situations. The reaction to the first goal was very good. Then Pop scored the second, and it makes it very complicated. The game got really complicated. You've only got 45 minutes. And at half-time, I focused on talking about getting those ball receptions to be better. I thought that the players were doing better, especially Mariona, Salma. But when they were receiving with their backs to goal, sometimes the first touch wasn't good and it could mean that we lost the ball. And then in terms of defense, the first line of defense, Salma and Aitana need to be a bit more aggressive. We talked about that. We need to be aware of the players who were next to each other, who was close to who, and then try to make things optimistic, saying that we had 45 minutes and that it was possible, and it was.
Laia Coll de RAC1, moltíssimes felicitats a tots dos per haver tornat a fer història.
Congratulations to both of you, Jonathan. These are 3 finals in 3 years and 2 wins. Can we talk about a new dynasty? I don't know. That's for you to talk about. The investment of the club in the last few seasons and the attitude of the players to try and improve season after season are key factors in this. For me, the most important thing is that we can compete in important games every single season. Then you can win or not win. But this speaks highly of the task done at all the club and this team.
White shirt in the back, please.
Thank you. Please may I ask a question in English? Tom Gary from the Daily Telegraph. Congratulations. Jonathan, could I ask you please just your thoughts on Lucy Bronze and how she recovered from the mistake for the first goal and now the achievement of winning 4 Champions League titles for her? And for Patrick, congratulations also. Could I just ask you what you've enjoyed playing alongside Kira Walsh in midfield this season and just also your reflections on her achievement? Thank you.
Yeah, football, sometimes you have bad luck. In this case with Lucy, an amazing player. She did an amazing job during the season. And for me, one of the most important things when you commit any mistake is not so important the mistake. The most important thing is how you react. And the reaction then was excellent. The winger didn't beat Lucy any time during the game, and sometimes maybe another player can go down. In this case, Lucy's reaction was magnificent. Give us the opportunity to push until the end, and the experience of her helped us a lot during the season. I am really happy when you sometimes commit a mistake. The finger is going directly to the player, but for me, I have to protect them because I know how they work every day, and today I am really proud about the whole team.
Yo te voy a responder en castellano, si puede ser.
If possible.
A ver, jugar con Kira es todo mucho.
Playing with Kira makes everything easy.
Que no es fácil adaptarse al Barça.
It's not easy to adapt to Barça, and she's done it in record time. I've said it in every interview. She's adapted in very little time. She's brought her football and helped us a lot. And thanks to her capacity of understanding the game, she's done what she's done. And we've both had to adapt to those positions, but after Christmas, it was fantastic what we did. Before that Christmas break, we worked very hard on understanding each other on the pitch.
Que lo hace todo mucho más fácil. Entonces,
and on the whole, she makes things a lot easier. We got that good chemistry after Christmas, and you noticed that in how fluid we played.
Second row, black shirt, please.
Hola, bones. Laia Bonals del Periódico. Primer, felicitat als dos pel títol.
Congratulations to both.
Felicitat per la victòria. I
For
et
the
volia preguntar,
victory.
Jonathan, És la millor setmana de la teva vida?
Jonathan, is this the best week of your life?
Bueno, he sigut pare.
After becoming a father and now winning the Champions League?
Que és el que tu demanaves sempre, que s'havien de canviar aquestes petites coses.
And there are things that you talked about, having to change things.
Segurament, perquè bueno, les emocions de les últimes
setmanes,
quan has de treballar, quan has de preparar una final i
when you have to prepare for a final and
que ella és molt forta, però que al final necessites estar amb ella perquè
your
necessita companyia.
wife needs you.
I amb el naixement la setmana passada, jo crec que avui
With
era
the
la persona
birth
més jove a l'estadi,
last week,
només 8 dies. I em fa
she
molt
was the youngest person in the stadium, just 8 days.
Els meus avis, el meu pare també.
All the family was here.
De Galícia per veure
People have come from Galicia.
I evidentment quan acabes la temporada i
When you finish the
aconsegueixes
season and you win the Champions League
tots els títols que hem aconseguit,
and all the titles we've won,
aquest premi de tot el que fas durant tota la temporada, no? Els esforços que fan les jugadores i tots els membres de l'estaf.
the final prize for all the work that's been done.
Avui estic molt feliç i
I'm very, very happy today,
setmanes més importants.
and it's one of the most important weeks of my life.
White shirt in front row.
Mereixi la pena. Mereixi la pena.
Hola Patri i Jonathan, enhorabona per la victòria d'aquesta Champions.
Congratulations for the win.
Per aquests 2 gols pràcticament consecutius.
I would like to ask for those 2 consecutive goals, which cemented the way towards the comeback and becoming the MVP.
Bueno, muy contenta.
I'm very happy,
Bueno, sobre todo por ayudar al
especially
equipo
for helping the team
poco tiempo, en
in
prácticamente
such little time.
2 en 5 minutos.
2 goals in 5 minutes,
Conseguir esa remontada que no era nada fácil.
getting that comeback, which was not easy at all.
Ya te digo, yo creo
Today
que
it was me, but
la creencia de todas, el creer
we all believed.
y la verdad que estoy contenta por
And
ayudar al
I'm
equipo,
very happy to have helped the team
especial,
in a special day like today
para conseguir esta Champions.
to help win the Champions League.
The gentleman in the red shirt.
Jonathan, buen día. Hola, Patri, felicidades. Juan Irigoyen de El País. ¿Qué pensaste cuando mandaste a Putellas a calentar?
What did you think when you sent Alexia to warm up?
Tenemos algunas ideas para
We had some ideas
poder incluirla a ella
to be able to include her.
Tenía la duda por cómo se estaba dando el partido.
I did have doubts with how the game was going.
Aunque han sido pocas semanas, pero hemos probado alguna cosa con
Tried
ella. Y
things over the last few weeks.
creía que después enfriándolo un poco en el descanso, que con las pequeñas modificaciones de la
After half-time, with the small changes we've made with the players on the field,
de alguna jugadora, pues te puede permitir eso. Y bueno, la idea
maybe we could adapt it.
en la segunda parte, junto con Jayce calentando por ver la
The idea was to have
minutos de la segunda parte.
her and JC warm up in the second half together, see how the game went. But then you see the belief the players had in those first 15 minutes of the second half. It was the moment to give continuity to what was happening. The game ended in another way. I had to make the substitutions late. Not because of necessity, more because trying to gain some time there. But I'm happy that she was able to participate in this final.
Blue shirt front row, please.
Bon dia, Jonathan. Felicitats
Bona tarda.
Bona tarda. Bona tarda. Felicitats
Congratulations
per aquest objectiu que teniu. Ens ho havíeu dit.
for accomplishing this objective.
I que a més hagi estat una remuntada, suposo que ha estat especial per tu, no?
It must mean a lot being a comeback.
Parlem de futbol, parlem d'aspectes
Yes.
físics.
We talk about football most of the time. We talk about physical aspects, tactical aspects, but sometimes there are intangibles in football.
En aquest cas, avui, pel que
Sometimes it's important to play football, and what today, what the players proved throughout 90 minutes, not just the second half,
però moltes vegades pots tenir la tendència de que el
is
cap vagi
that
cap a baix perquè vas
sometimes you can have a tendency to put your head down and not being able to overcome situations, and the resiliency the players showed in the second half is one of the most important things. I think we've worked on it throughout the season. We've given our best version, both in terms of football and mentally, and that's fantastic.
Hola, Ana Caro para su foot. Pues enhorabuena a vosotros.
Congratulations to you both.
Hemos visto, Patri, que la primera cosa que has hecho
We saw, Patri, that the first thing you did after the game
fue
was
decir y hablar de la teoría de los.
talking about the theory of two.
Durante a la mitad, o es una cosa también.
Have you talked about it at half time, or
un montón de tiempo, solo
Is
ya.
this something that you've thought about?
Ya, Jonathan, le habéis preguntado
for Jonathan-
a la primera conferencia sobre esta teoría, ya ahora.
We talked about this in a press conference as well. Do you believe in it? Patri first.
Bueno, creo que lo dije hace poco.
I think I said it not long ago.
Creo que en días especiales
I think that in special days,
habituadas a coger
we're
como pequeñas
used to
para
get like small beliefs to get them into our heads, to give us energy, and strength.
el año que ganamos la primera Champions igual
The year that we won the first Champions League, it was maybe something else. But we always used to touch wood, for example. The day before the game, the day of the game, we used to always touch wood for good luck. And the theory of two is another belief that has been in our minds to keep us going,
y bueno, son cosas que obviamente no
give us what we need to win. It's not
sí que te dan unas vibras y unas conexiones con tu gente.
important, obviously, to give you the win, but it keeps the vibes going, it keeps the energy going,
Son cosas que
gives you something extra.
también ayudan y sí que es verdad que las hemos comentado mucho
And
esta semana.
we have talked about it a lot this season.
Lo decíamos, ya a lo mejor estaban todos los números, pero sí, no sé, yo pienso que es algo que
I think
se mete en la cabeza y pues
that it's something that's in your head, and
conseguir eso.
it does help you a little bit.
Porque nos han metido 2 goles y hemos marcado 3 en la segunda parte, ¿no?
I have to buy that theory. They've scored 2 against us, and we scored 3 in the second half, so welcome.
Què tal, Jonathan? Patri, Pau Pedraza, d'Era Futbol Femenino. Enhorabona als dos pel títol. A tu, Jonathan, et volia preguntar...
Jonathan, I wanted to ask you,
Tens cap als més de 8.000
what is your message towards the fans who travel to Eindhoven?
Barcelona i a ti, Patri, que se t'ha
And
passat
for you,
per la
Patri,
cabeza al marcar el segundo gol i ver que
what went through your mind when you scored the second goal?
de remuntar el partit.
Missatge d'agraïment, no només
The message is just to be thankful, not just for today, for the support that we've received all season at the Johan Cruyff Stadium, at Spotify Camp Nou when we're away from home.
i també hem guanyat a la grada, fins i tot jugant fora de casa.
Playing away from home, we've also had great support in the stands, and today they've been key.
Des de la sortida de l'hotel,
Right, from when we left the hotel,
necessitàvem per agafar l'energia, no? I entendre que hem de jugar al futbol per
they gave us the energy that we needed.
per l'afició. Ha estat brutal, ha estat brutal.
It's been spectacular how they behaved throughout the game,
Vull valorar sobretot totes les
and I want to
persones
value
durant tota la temporada
those people who helped us throughout the season in the complicated moments, those people who have been there to help build.
em quedo amb això perquè als moments difícils normalment
In difficult moments, sometimes there's more criticism, there's reactions that don't help,
o a mi mateix hi ha hagut persones que han estat
and there have been people there who have always
especial i aquesta
been
victòria,
there for us,
aquest títol va per totes aquestes
and that's for them.
Pues he pensado casi lo mismo cuando he marcado el primero.
I thought almost the same as when we scored the first.
Hay que ir a por el segundo.
When I scored the first, it was like, okay, we need to go for the second, and then after the second, we needed the next one.
Porque hemos conseguido algo muy difícil que era
We achieved something that was very difficult,
una final. Y era
to
algo,
get back level in a final. It was very difficult, but
lo mismo en los dos
I
goles
thought the
finales.
same thing in both goals, which was to go for the next goal.
Concludes the press conference. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
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 Thank you.